Hello, 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 everybody. I hope you guys can hear me. Still adjust. Restream and me don't usually agree, so know that up front. Um, Everybody that's here, it says I've got like 8 or 9 people in here right now. I know we're a small group. I used to have big numbers, now I have little numbers. I think it's better chats anyway. Let's see. I'm gonna type a message real quick. I have a lot of info that I want to get out there. Oh my Lord. Sorry. Chromebook. I hit shift on one side, and for some reason, it opens another window. I don't know. I've not figured this out yet. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Amit, but okay. 5 times 5 is 25. I want to make sure that people can hear me real quick before I get some things started. So there's a lot of, I won't say misinformation, okay? I don't think it's disinformation out there. Let me say that. What? And I'm trying to, somebody tell me what 5 times 5 means. I don't know what 5 by 5 is. I've missed stuff. I'm still not in full contact with the world, everybody. Please understand that. Okay? So, first of all, I want to say in my description box, the very first link is for Samaritan's Purse. I'm not sure if I wrote if that's what it's for, but you can see it in the link, Franklin Graham's name. I know the Billy Graham name, some of it was tarnished years ago, whatever. Look, Samaritan's Purse, based out of Boone, North Carolina. They weren't damaged. They're in the middle of some of the worst damage where they're located. Some of you guys, thank you, by the way, that have been in touch with me privately and publicly, have reached out to them. They will let you specify, like, say you have family in Kings Mountain or Spruce Pine or Newland. If you call Samaritan's Purse, you can specify whatever, if you're donating, where it goes to. You can let them know that this area or that area needs assistance and what you would like sent to them. And that's money and product on that. They are boots on the ground. I'm hearing so many stories from locals all the way to Tennessee, you guys. Let me explain this. Samaritan's Purse is not just for North Carolina. They are also across that line in the hills and the mountains and hollers of Tennessee. A lot of them are wearing orange shirts with white writing. Some of them are in red and white. It will say something about Samaritan's Purse on their clothing. They do have like identification to show you they're with that group. They are FEMA, nobody's interfering with them. Yeah, there's no mail. I'll wait till I get to that part of that. Just wait. But anyway, so trying to think which part to get to first. I want to make sure that I get thanks out there to certain individuals and people. First of all, I want to say thank you to each and average John Q, however you want to say it, citizen in the U.S. and other countries for jumping in and helping. Cajun Navy, thank you, Twister. I just think each and every American citizen needs a thank you from us. Period. I need to say that emphatically up front. Because without your prayers, your word of mouth, your speaking out, your donations, your physical labor, without that, I don't think we would have gotten any help, really. I want to explain something, but I need to get some info out first, okay? And thanks out first. Thank you to and I think it's called Operation Drop. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. Operating out of the Hickory, North Carolina airport. These are individual helicopter pilots volunteering their time, their choppers, and their dollar. They're putting their money where their mouth is. Nobody's paying them for their gas. They pay for their gas, and it's quite expensive. It's quite expensive to operate one of these things. I think also that the individual citizens of the mountains of Tennessee and North Carolina and Virginia, all right there in that, it's a little cluster, is the best way I know to put it. I think that a lot of people, especially those in power and holding positions, and I do mean, I don't know about local levels because I feel that's different. State, federal levels, I think they underestimated the inner fortitude and strength of the people they're dealing with. Um, I want to talk about documents. Specifically, I want to find, and if I can't pull it up on the interweb because it's blacked out, I know a video that has it in it, and I will share it. The Department of Justice, the DOJ, we got some splaining y'all need to do. So, and I've got to find the video. If anybody knows about it or has seen it, please email me a link to it. It's a very small local weather station, and they were just covering the hurricane Helene as it came through, specifically as it left Florida going into Georgia. And there's two lasers crisscrossing that the meteorologist is having a fit. And I know it's in my have watched video section in YouTube, and if I have to while I'm on live search for it, we'll do. But I didn't understand it when I first saw it. Too much was going on around me, and now I need to find it and watch it, and I want other people's thoughts, because what he's talking about is how you see these lasers. They're using it's one of the maps that they use on the Weather Channel when you're watching the TV on weather, and it's got like, oh my God, y'all, sorry, I went blank. It's got like it shows the heat signatures and like the center of the storm, the red, the yellow, the green. What's most concentrated and all that, and it uses radar. Sorry, that's what I couldn't think. Like the 4G, 5G versions, that has the heat signatures and all that stuff in it, right? So what it shows is when these lasers hit, the storm becomes more tight and organized and concentrated. And this other laser, like one's going straight up, like from the water next to Florida area. This green laser is going straight up across Georgia and like directly to the right of this storm. And when it hits the one that's going straight up, where that laser goes is like the path the storm ends up taking, one. And the other one, the way it does is helping, like, without seeing it, it's hard to me to explain, but the meteorologist is talking, and like at first he's in shock. Like he's like, whoa, what is that? These lasers. And then he's like, no, hold on. And like they literally start watching it and concentrating. And during the time, that's what I heard, Twister. That will make it get stronger. Absolutely. Also, I've got something I want to play for you that somebody was talking to Alexa about the incoming Hurricane Milton, and I'm going to knock your socks off. And I know nobody else has this to play. I don't have an Alexa. It probably wouldn't be working right now if it did. But let me get through the laser thing. I didn't believe in this shit. I do have the clip from, like, I think it's like Good Morning America type thing from CBS like 10 years ago, where they're announcing that they're able to control the weather. Now, let me say something. When I say control it, they can create it and direct it, but I don't know that they can stop it. Oh, my Lord. Hold on. Y'all let me pause. I think somebody's at my door again. It's been a wild day. I'll get into that too. Okay, everybody, sorry, I'm back. I apologize. I know y'all been chatting. I do apologize. I apologize. Um, how do I say this? Now that we still don't have cell service, but a lot of people are realizing what else going on, where it's affected, and everything. Long story short, you guys know my son was a Mason and a Shriner, and certain people affiliated are coming to check on me. Everybody say a prayer across your fingers. Um, I got to get the plumbing issue taken care of. That somehow during the storm, I don't know if it's the water running, extra pressure through the pipes, whatever. One of them busted. I have a leak. I tried to seal it up myself until I could get help. But it doesn't seem to be working. And because it's not letting it slowly drizzle out inside the house into the floor, I'm seeing it in my ductwork, in between the like tongue and groove wood flooring in the bathroom, like where you step and see it come up. Now I got a puddle forming, and the edge of the carpet where it joins with that bathroom is now getting wet, and that's on the back side of the furnace that heats. So basically, I'm not gonna have no heat until I get that fixed. If we get cold, that's gonna freeze, and every bit of plumbing is gonna be gone. So it looks like at this point, they're gonna. I mean, I've got the only tool that I need to be able to fix it is an extra person, and the thing to rethread the plastic PVC type pipe, to make the grooves. You know, oh God, outdoorsy life. I hope it's hard for a lot of people in North Carolina to get word out. We are praying for everybody in Florida right now. Um, it looks bad. We don't want anybody to go through what we've been through. So our hearts are going out. It may seem um, to some, like we're self-involved or all worried about just us, but um, a lot of people are very traumatized. I think I was in shock for days. I don't know how to explain that to nobody. And now, after going out and seeing stuff, I had to take a couple mental days for me. A lot's going on. Okay. So I do want to get thanks out there. First of all, I want to thank every church organization. I'm sorry for everybody that just dipped and left. I want to thank all the church organizations out there that have band together, that are working with Samaritan's Purse, and that are making sure everybody gets everything. FEMA monies, property damage and stuff, I want to address that real quick because there's a lot of misconception and confusion. So, this is my understanding so far, okay? And this may help anybody in the future that's applying or any future disaster that occurs. The $750 that they're offering us, you apply online, you put your application in. As I have double and triple checked, it is not the loan. The loan is something called SBA, and that happens if an inspector comes out to your residence. It's very fine print. There's two different ways. FEMA can choose, say that your damage is bad enough and they can give you this much if they have funds to allocate. If not, you apply for a loan, and it's kind of like a student loan, in my opinion, from what I've researched and done. So the $750 for immediate relief to help with groceries and whatever is not a loan. When you get, also the other thing is the housing stuff, the temporary housing disbursement. I myself have been approved. It's 30 days hotel stay. It doesn't tell you till you call the hotel. They don't pay the full amount per day. It's like, I think, depending on where it is and how much they approve you and whatever, it's $30 to $50 a day. A lot of hotel rooms have jacked prices up to where they're nearly $300 a day, okay? And you have to get a hotel that takes it. Here in North Carolina, Podunk, where some of us live, um, so far, the hotel I found that has openings and accepts the FEMA stuff, that they already have our information. When we show our ID and get there, they know that we're on the list and we're approved, is in Charlotte, North Carolina. Bro, I can't walk and get 10 miles to the supply drop-off site to pick up necessary items. How the hell am I supposed to get to Charlotte to stay in a hotel and pay the difference with no jobs? Okay. Oh, let's not forget, and I ain't never been no big fan of Glenn Beck, but him and the Mercury, whatever it's called, I think it's Mercury One, have been on boots on the ground in various areas, from Tennessee mountains to some remote areas in North Carolina as well. Some people are saying people are lying and making up stories and whatnot, but from what I saw on FEMA's actual website and what he said that the FEMA people told him, and I'm scared to play it because it might get took down while we're in the middle of the live, because he's a big channel. But I will put a link in the community tab section to take you straight to watching that after this live stream is over, if anybody's interested. But he walked up on the FEMA who's setting up in a parking lot with stores that are closed down away from everybody. And I've seen that setup, by the way. And they just got there. It was either 5 or 6 days after Helene hit. Yeah, Outdoorsy Live, I agree. I've been watching him. I watched Guns and Gadgets, Jimmy B. There's several people that are on the ground, and Elon Musk. Now, when people with a lot of money and news reporters, all on different sides of the political spectrum, by the way, have very similar stories, that when they gain traction or notoriety or go viral, get corrected. Somewhere somebody's telling the truth, y'all. Okay, let's just keep it a man. Like, is anybody talking about the fact that, yeah, I got power and water now, but this past Tuesday, I was supposed to get my computer to start my job, and I started my training today. The two people that referred me that worked for that company, it's gone black for them as well. Guess where they're based? Right outside of Asheville, North Carolina. No, I don't have no sat phone. I ain't smelled a sat phone. No. Okay, so I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know if y'all saw the footage. I have a Morganton. I'll play it during this and let y'all see the city areas, the areas where basically the jobs are right now in the factories. They're not working. They can't. So they surely can't hire me and other people that's lost jobs. I hadn't started my job yet officially because the computer didn't arrive. And I've been classified as self-employed for the past quarter. So I'm not eligible for unemployment before anybody says that. Oh my God, thank God, Outdoorsy Live, thank God. I'm going to highlight that real quick. The reason I'm even saying that, I don't want a pity party. I want people to understand it's not just me in that. Oh, TNT, Twister. Don't you worry, boo boo. I was getting to that. Not just that, baby, but the purest quartz in the Western Hemisphere that's located under Newland and Spruce Pine. And I worked there for quite a while. I know a little bit about that area, very, very much so. I have family in and around Spruce Pine. I worked at the Hardee's as a GM in Newland. And then for me, that area was different. I can't fathom what that area is like for people that's never even been to North Carolina, Tennessee. Because you know, Twister, and in the chat, you know, Newland is very, very close to the Tennessee line and Virginia. Just like in certain areas of Tennessee where people work in Virginia but live in Tennessee, it's that way in Newland. People work in Virginia, people work in Tennessee but live in Newland or Spruce Pine. That's very common. Very common. There's Outdoorsy Life. I'm there with you, baby. I'm there with you. And I'm going to get into that part. I want to get the information out first for people that need it, that might be afraid of taking it. Hey, Miss Justice. So I want to go over, repeat a couple things that I want to keep echoing throughout this. The very first link in the description box of this video and all videos containing anything about Helene is for Samaritan's Purse. Okay. Number 2, the $750 from FEMA is not a loan, but you may get 2 letters of denial before you get approved. I am seeing a pattern in those being approved. For people wondering about setting up direct deposit that don't have bank accounts or your bank's like gone black on you, because we have that going on here. Let me tell you, banks were destroyed, branches were. And some people banked with local banks. You know, we had like the Morgan. I really don't want to call out names because then I can get. Hold on, I swear I see some kind of thing flashing out here. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I'm trying to block the sunlight from my screen so I can see what I need to see. A lot of banks are down. Worked in Newland, Linville, and Banner Health. So Outdoorsy Life, you know what I'm talking about when I said I worked at the Hardee's. I'm in Burke County. So if you worked there, you'll be able to know what I'm saying. I came up through Jonas Ridge, that one little turn right yonder where you bust that left. You go up 181, it turns into like Jonas Ridge area, and then you bust the left, and you come through like basically. I remember going through Spruce Pine, and I swear Linville to get to Newland when I went that way. I had been working at the Hardee's in Marion off of exit 86 at the Love's truck stop. And the GM was in a skiing accident and had to have surgery and couldn't work for like 6 weeks. So I went up there and worked. Okay. Oh, I loved him. I love Sandy's. So you know there's a Hardee's and there's at McDonald's. And I think there was a hardware store. And the stuff about the skiing and the hotels, and that's pretty much the town. I mean, I'm not, and I don't mean that in a derogatory fashion, please. Nobody take it that way. For those of us that are local, that's what we loved about areas like that. Sometimes little nooks and crannies that people didn't know about. Y'all, let me go find out what the dog's barking about. Dadgummit. Okay, everybody, I'm back. I apologize. I'm dog sitting. I have a lot going on. I'm not gonna. I didn't. I don't want to say everything because people will come at me and saying I'm just telling because I won't like. I don't know whatever. Um, I, I I'm just practicing neighbors helping neighbors and doing everything I can to help anybody that's affected. I don't care where you're from, and I mean that. I don't care if you're from Alabama. I don't care if you're from Georgia. I don't care if you're from North Carolina. I don't care if you're from Florida. I don't care if you're from South Carolina. I don't care if you're from Tennessee, Virginia, whoever. Anybody that's been affected, um, my arms and doors are open. Um, Now, on to some not so great stuff. As far as I can tell with the FEMA checks, the people that applied before October 1st got denial letters twice. People that applied after are not getting those letters. I don't know if it has something to do with counties being added, the systems, whatever. Um, I know one person that worked at Baxter who is like Baxter's is like no more right now. Um, Baxter's paying them for 2 weeks. They helped anybody work with them get generators that needed it, and FEMA turned them down for the 750. I don't know. I didn't see their application. I just saw their denial. Um, I don't know what they put on it that makes a difference. I understand. I don't even have the category on my application that the people that are getting the 750 have. I'm not understanding exactly. I have a category I didn't apply for on mine that everybody seems to have, which is temporary lodging, the hotel thing. I don't have the miscellaneous items. I have the residence. I forget what it's called. I have to look at it, and I've got a window open so I can. Um, I guess it's like real property, like real estate and house. And that one's got something about inspection tied to it. We won't be accepting that from them. We'll figure out how to fix it ourselves. Um, the other one's personal property, and then the temporary lodging. I don't have the miscellaneous items that people are getting the 750 under. So I don't know what's going on with my application. I do know people are getting it. It's not hearsay. It's not anything. My daughter got approved yesterday. They're sending her a paper check. Now, this is the part I want to talk about. Those of you that are in here, please pay attention right here. And it's what Glenn Beck was highlighting. Now, we're lucky. Even if she didn't have, you know, a mailbox or electricity or home right now, she lives in rent-based or income-based housing. I'm sorry. I got that twister. But to get the 750 immediately for groceries is not supposed to be affected by that. That's what FEMA themselves told me. I have called. I sat on hold for over 4.5 hours and got hung up on twice before I got through. But anyway, she got approved. They're sending her a paper check. I'm supposed to be approved for direct deposit. Here's a loophole. If you have not filled out your application and you don't have a bank, don't use Chime. Don't use CashApp. Those are being told the routing numbers are incorrect. And I'm sorry, a dogfight argument is going on in my background. My dog's barking, and then the pit bull that I'm watching is barking. So they're just barking back and forth, and nothing's outside. Anyway, I'm stressing, y'all. So I need prayers that I get approved because I applied the day after my daughter. And I did get approved for direct deposit. Venmo and PayPal users, if you know how to access your account number and routing numbers, you do not put it in under Venmo or PayPal as the banking institution. You put it in Wells Fargo. That's who owns those companies. That's why If you put it under PayPal or Venmo, it'll say your routing numbers are incorrect because they won't match. They match Wells Fargo routing numbers. Just so you know. Heads up on that one. Twister, that's a lot of problem. I don't know if y'all have power, cell phone usage still, whatever. But that's what Glenn Beck was talking about. It's very random how people are getting denied, accepted, or any information at all for some reason. They're saying come directly to where they're at. They're waiting on the news media to arrive to get the word out that where they're located at because they don't have their flyers to put up yet. Here's his question, and I agree. If we don't have no power, we can't watch a TV. We can't hardly charge our cell phone and look at it. Then the worker said something about you'd be surprised how resilient people are. They're charging their phones and stuff in their cars, you know, so they're able to contact and call or go online to do the application or find out where to come to, you know. And he said, well, that's great. But you do realize that a large portion of the people who need your help the most still don't have cell phone service, don't have power, don't have water, don't have a mailbox or a home. So how are you going to get them the money? Because they can't go online and do the application. They their banks are not working in some areas. You know, certain banks are just defunct. You know, I mean, I don't know. A lot of them's cars were destroyed along with their homes. They're practically cut off from the, you know, the world because a lot of people who live, and I'm sure Twister knows this to be true, in certain areas of the mountains of North Carolina and the mountains of Tennessee, and I'll include Virginia as well because I know that to be true, aren't like your YouTube homesteaders, okay? But they're generational self-sufficient. You know, they plant their gardens to provide food and nutrition a lot of the time for their family. They're deer hunters, they're coon hunters, they're squirrel hunters, they're rabbit hunters. I mean, I grew up knowing how to shoot a 30-06, 17 millimeter, 15 millimeter, Ruger 44 without the laser sight, 12 gauge. My first gun was a little Chipmunk 22. So, I mean, trips to town were maybe once a month. What is sad, Texas, the people coming, oh yeah, hey, bam. And let me say this, and I'm going to highlight that too. I'm mad as hell. And I'm tired of being lied to by our government. And if YouTube takes us down before I get to show y'all videos, so be it. But the press secretary for the Biden administration, which is the Kamala to be administration, and I've never voted for a Republican president in my life. Let me state that emphatically. I did not vote for Trump. I was not a part of his campaign, and I'm not a part of it now. Just to keep it a band, I'm going to tell the real truth about any and all of them. And like my neighbors in the communities here and on up the mountain and on over into Tennessee and Virginia, probably since the days of prohibition and moonshining and the revenuers, as Paul used to call them, these areas have had a large distrust for the government because they've always said we're going to do this and we're going to do that and ended up doing the exact opposite. Let's wait till the story dies down and nobody's talking about it because, maybe the people with a little bit of power and money got their shit fixed and they're not talking no more. And nobody cares about, you know, the person living in a house that's not valued over $100,000. So, or the log cabin or whatever that they built. When is the government? Some parts I'm being told they already have. By the way, Twister, I don't know if you've heard this or anybody else in this chat. Some parts the government has already declared disaster areas, and the way I'm not sure of the wording, and I'm so stressed out. I've had so much happen that I need to get out in the past 3 days that I'm overwhelmed. But they won't, like, whoever owns the land, they declare it a disaster or environmental whatever, and basically force buy you out. I'm hearing that that's happening in the Chimney Rock area. That they're not, and I know there are areas that they're not allowing. I have watched videos. I know people. I know the one video with the business owner in Asheville that they threatened to arrest for trying to go and save their own positions because it's been deemed a disaster area and not safe. They'll let you know when you're able to come back in, kind of like what we heard with Katrina and stuff. I don't know if that's standard. See, I need people to know when they're hearing certain stories and you have other people going, oh, they just don't know that's what. No, we don't know that's what happens when a hurricane does damage. We live in the mountains because we didn't want to deal with water bullcrap like that. And something else that people don't know. Yes, we have lakes and rivers and creeks and stuff, okay? But the difference between a hurricane hitting up here and hitting like the coastal areas that are used to it. Number one, y'all are used to it. You've done it. You know how to prepare. You know what's coming. And you know that it's really coming. Hell, they tell us it's going to snow and we don't even see a drop of rain for a whole year. You know what I mean? So we're used to our weather just being like way off. They tell us tropical storm level 3 is coming through. We figure we're going to see rain for 4 days. Okay. I agree, Twister. If that. That part. And then when it's a coastal area, it's the big ocean. So where Lake James, Lake Lure, Swannanoa River, the Broad River, Linville River, all these rivers and lakes right now have probably 10 to 15 feet of mud, muck, and debris. The ocean takes it out and washes it away and disperses it all around the world pretty much. I mean, that's my way of thinking. If I'm wrong, please educate me. But what happens here is it just washes downstream till it can't get no further. And that's it. And we got to clean it up. The other part is I'm tired of them lying about how many people are gone and how many people are missing and underreporting it to sweep it under the rug. There are towns all over North Carolina. I don't know about Tennessee and Virginia. I do know of 3 specific areas in North Carolina mountains that are asking for more body bags because they ran out. They dispersed 1,000 in that area. Not just a one, okay? And I hope I have the video that has this, because one video I have has multiple clips in it that I want to show y'all. I already talked about that one, Miss Justice. I've got to find the meteorite, and it's a small like local channel, and I want to say it was 11 Alive in Georgia. that was showing the hurricane as it was moving into Georgia out of Florida. Like it was right there where Florida and Georgia meet, and it was showing. And they did it was a replay because of what they had said. And it showed lasers and stuff. I've got a lot to show you, so let me just get this out and then show everything I want to show. Okay. Multiple people I know that work in Asheville, that work in Buncombe County, that work in Avery and Ash and live there in Rutherford County where Chimney Rock is. Say the smell is unbearable. That you can smell the flesh. Now, something I want to say that I don't know if people understand, okay? A lot of graveyards and graves and caskets got dislodged. So here's what the people are facing. You don't know how far down the river, the lake, that these bodies have traveled. Whether they were new or old. They've been in water for days. Most likely, they don't have identification on them. So it's a long process, an expensive, lengthy process. Also, when you got houses that not only were flooded, normal flood, like when y'all's flood waters recede on the coast, anybody that's in here that's ever lived in the Florida and been through a hurricane and stuff, or even on the Outer Banks of North Carolina and stuff like that, and I'm asking, not saying, please understand that this is a question, not a statement. When, even your house floods up, the whole first floor or almost the whole first floor, when that water recedes, are you left with 2 to 8 feet of mud and silt? Yeah, the one in Old Fort is terrible, Twister, and that's the one that supplies us. I'm getting to that part. Because that's what they're facing. How do you know if somebody was in that house or if they all got out? You got 6, 8 feet of red mud and silt and debris that's left after the water leaves inside the house, outside the house, a lot of them. Marshall's completely destroyed. No, I didn't see that, but I got something to play to y'all about Milton. How do they already know how does Alexa already know how many people are going to die in Florida from Milton and where it's going to hit? And give me a year. I'm going to play it. Don't worry. I got you. I just want, sorry, y'all. I just want people to understand. Now, I've had a bunch of people come at me. I'm lucky we didn't sustain the damage other places did. Let me say, first of all, some damage that you sustain may not immediately be present to your home, and it may be just as bad, if not worse, than the immediate damage. Second, let's not pick on each other. This is time we should all come together, and I'm hoping that's, if no other message gets out there from this, that's a one I hope. And thirdly, so yeah, Duke Power, turn power back on, right? I have until the 15th to pay them $240. I'm in a state account. It's not eligible for payment arrangements. It's not eligible for an extension. I went on their website to do it. I can go and do it in front of y'all to prove if I need to. Because it's an estate account. That's why. So I'm going to enjoy it while I got it. If FEMA don't come through and give me $750, I'm screwed. I would have had my job and my paycheck by then. Also, I'm worried about losing the food stamps and Medicaid. Their offices have been closed. The e-pass has not been working. And I can't report anything. I'm hoping that they're kind enough to not do that. I don't know about the oncology group that I had a doctor's appointment with for the blood disorder because it's in Asheville. Here's the thing. So a lot of things locals are saying, some people are saying, that's normal, they don't understand. We don't know what's normal for a hurricane, but in this kind of damage. We've never lived through it. We've never seen it. The only thing in our history that's close is in 1916. There's very few people alive to talk to us right now from that area. Helene and everything that's gone on has made sure of that, because those when a rescue person is talking to you and tells you about finding a baby unalived under 2 months old in a tree, parents, people in trees hanging, not because somebody hung them there, because the water left them there. I can't fathom that people in multiple states on the ground living there are making the story up about the smell and what they're seeing. By sitting down and talking to a few that I was able to, one thing I figured out, here's the problem. It's not necessarily when our government moves, when FEMA moves, when the troops are mobilized, there's all kind of red tape. They got to do this and do that, put on whatever. Then they got to contact them, and they got to receive the orders and gather the stuff together, and then they got to get there and set up and blah 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 blah. And then Johnny come lately, that's how the government works. It's red tape. You would think in a time of dire emergency that they could say, F the red tape, we're going to help our citizens. But no, it don't work that way, unfortunately, I'm guessing. The 101st Airborne, the 82nd, they're there now. Please, it's not the soldiers. They have no control over where they get sent. They're just there. They're just there. The problem is that 6 days, 7 days, 9 days later, 10 days later, 13 days later, that's too late. That's too late. Once you finished your vacation and it's celebrating your anniversary, vice president, president, and come through, it's too late. Traveling in a way that rescue efforts and supply drops have to stop for 5 or 6 hours because you're here, woo-woo. That's not winning the hearts of the people that's thirsty and hungry, or that needs oxygen, or diabetic medications, or blood pressure medications, or that's trapped and signaling a helicopter with a freaking mirror. some things do have to be coordinated. And I say that for a reason. Number one, if you've never been in this terrain, it's hard for locals to navigate with all the roads out and the down bridges and the damage to properties and such. But they're used to the terrain. If individuals by themselves come and try to hike up or drive up to somebody, then you're another rescue. One thing I will ask, and please, people don't take me wrong, but if you're coming to volunteer, know that our store shelves are bare for a lot of essentials. And most of these areas are small that only get an influx of people during specific months of the year when tourist season is up. So there's not a lot of hotels. Be prepared for it to be survivor type camping. Bring food with you, just in case. I say that, and I'm going to tell you why. That's what FEMA and the federal government, people in power, are saying. That when just the average citizens are banded together coming up, that they're depleting much needed resources like gas, water, food, and they can't get any more in, basically. Okay. That's an excuse for turning people away. Now, very important. There's door-to-door visits going on in my area too, by the way, by certain law enforcement. Here's something I found out. Churches, FEMA cannot take any goods from them. If your donations are at a church, they don't have the authority over them. They can't deal with it. They can't do nothing. Private property that has not applied for FEMA assistance, they can't do anything. They really asking people, y'all, to get permits and all kind of crap. It's really cray. North Carolina, I don't know about Tennessee. North Carolina, if you are on a local road, is the best way I know how to put this. Like Interstate 40 and 77 are a little different. If you're on a road other than those, outside of city limits, a lot of people don't, this is hard for me to explain. We have counties, and within the counties, there may be multiple city or towns. We'll say towns. All right. Now, if you're in the town district, I don't know. But the counties outside of city limits, outside of the town limits, the county areas, like where I live, so I only have to pay county taxes, not city and county taxes, are governed by the sheriffs. Now, I know this law is very similar in Tennessee. The sheriff is like the big authority over ish in that county. Bottom line is, if you're coming through my county, and almost every county I know of, I hadn't heard back from Rutherford County, in North Carolina, reach out to the local sheriff's deputies. They will make sure that you get an escort, that you're good. If you're coming on a major highway, I-40, I-77, that's patrolled by North Carolina state troopers, reach out. They They making sure nobody ain't stopping the efforts to get help. Um, and like I said, Samaritan's Purse, local churches are a number one as far as making sure it gets there. Without those two people, I really don't know. Yeah, really, and that's the way it is here too. So that makes sense. And it's in a county though. Once the county line's over, like you get to Burke County, McDowell County meeting, then you got to have McDowell County Sheriff. And what they're doing is contacted on the way. But and I don't mean just, I'm not saying, listen, I'm talking about any kind of people, whether it's looters, whether it's people with fake, fake things saying they work for the government or the real government, whatever. They making sure they people good. Um, this has not done any help to build trust with the government, by the way, to the older population here. Um, and I'm going to say this before I get into a lot of other crap to do with this that I want to talk about. Most of these people don't give a hot shit. U.S. government, Department of Justice, and I can't remember the name of the damn mining company, Alpaca or whatever. They don't care that their houses are gone. They don't care that they lost it. We got wood and trees. If we have to, we'll saw them ourselves and build a lean-to and figure it out. We're still not going to give you our land. We're not going to sell our properties. People that's had them for generations. That's a guarantee that if you're willing to put in some sweat and labor, that you'll always have a place to live. Your family will always have a place to live. You'll always have something to leverage at the bank, to borrow the funds, to buy a car, build a house, whatever. The way we were brought up, you don't do that. You don't give up your land. Twister, I didn't want to videotape them. They were coming for a good reason, to let me know. If I knew of anybody coming up through or heard anything, let them know that our area officials here were making sure to provide assistance. They were not taking anything. They were not allowing anything to be taken. I'm not at liberty to, I don't want to go into a big detail and start another controversy, but and I need to put this out there. And anybody applying, and I know it's not a popular topic, and a lot of people's gonna say, "I will know about that shit. I ain't applied for it." Anybody trying to apply for the FEMA assistance that had been offered, okay? Let me say this, because there are a lot of stuff going on, and I think it needs to be put out there. No government site will end with .com or .org. I don't know about Blue Cross Blue Shield. That's not a government agency. Remember that. The it's a something disaster. Hold on. It's .gov. The reason I'm saying this to you is there's a .org disaster assistance or whatever it is that takes you to the FEMA site. There's a fake one that's asking for a whole lot of personal information, and I don't want people to accidentally go to it. If it does not end with .gov, it's not the right one. Shoot. Um, and hold on, I'm sending a text. I apologize. This may be another friend of mine that is trying to find out where how to get the paper check from FEMA if you don't have an address. You know, you don't have a mailbox, you don't have a home anymore. Like she literally put on her shit she's homeless. She applied 2 days ago and got a thing saying that she had been agreed, little Dev, um, approved. My daughter's gotten the approval. I have not yet. I don't have problems showing y'all what the website's telling me. I don't care. And it's real. It seems to be going by the day that you applied. So I'm just praying. Um, sorry. Then I got the thing today telling me I may be eligible for the SBA home loan, and that's the one to do with FEMA. But I haven't heard anything from FEMA since the 5th, and I applied on the 4th. So we'll just see. Sorry, y'all. I'm looking. I can't. I'm trying to keep up with what y'all typing, but I'm also trying to find a video and some pictures and stuff I have downloaded. So bear with me a moment. But let's see. I'm trying to think what else. There's so much, you guys, that has happened and is out there. And oh, I know what I was going to say too. Okay, I gotta switch date modified on this. Oh Lord. Okay. I don't want that. Oh, sorry, y'all. What I pulled up is not what it give me. I'm just having it. It's been a great morning. Let's start with screenshot. Maybe that'll do it. Okay. Let's see. That's when they was talking about taking guns. I have the letter that Matt Getz wrote to whoever. Let's see. I took screenshots off X. It's blah, blah, blah. I can read it. To Mayorkas. Let me say this. So the press secretary, and I'll find it and play it. The recent speech she just gave, she said that it was an unequivocal lie, and I'll find it. It's in my recent watch history on YouTube, and I'll pull that up real quick. Said that it was an unequivocal lie, that they had not diverted any FEMA funds, FEMA was not involved with migrants, whatever. Same girl, different outfit, shorter hair, stood in 2022 and talked about how the funds had been allocated for the migrants that were being brought in and housed, and how FEMA was on the front lines at the border in charge. So which one is it? Are you lying then or now? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. When are you lying to us? And that's the Biden Harris administration. It's their spokesperson. I think her name's Karen, whatever. I don't know. Karen Shield. Karen Liar. That's what her name should be. How Karen Liar. Because that was a lie. I know Cap had it up, but I want to try to find a specific video. Also, our Department of Justice signed a contract with that mining company to have the extended mining started by 2025 and up and running for the lithium, and fully operational by 2030. And by the way, I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't trust Elon Musk either. He needs lithium for the cars and Starlink, and they need the quartz for it too. A lot of people may not know this, but the processing chips that are in cell phones, that are in anything that has a computer, large or small, need quartz. And we got the best quartz ever in Spruce Pine and Newland. That nobody's talking about the destruction there. Y'all heard them talking about how bad it is in Spruce Pine and Newland? How many people they can't get to? Anybody heard that? Because it's real bad. By the way, Asheville's all over the news, and this is not to down Asheville. What happened? My nephew was there when it went down. But what I will tell you is Asheville is known to be a very liberal, very left-leaning community from all over the U.S. and the world. It's very artistic, always has been. You want to go see, a good group band playing. We went to the Orange Peel. We went to C&J's, Magnolias. Oh, yeah, I know about that in the cobblestone streets. I've been to the parks. I know where the bus line and the majority of the homeless is up there near the Ingalls, near the Plasma Center and the head shop with the Chi-Chi's like restaurant across the road. All that part. All that part. So what I'm wondering is, why are we hearing about Asheville and Chimney Rock, the big tourist destinations, the big hubs, the big cities? Yes, they're larger, but guarantee you, if you start going into the hills and the hollers, there's just as much population there as in these cities. It's, I think, underreported before this, but that's neither here nor there. They're affected too. Their whole town is gone too. Marshall, North Carolina, home of Randy Travis, gone. Looks like Chimney Rock. Not hearing much about that. I found a couple news clips. But guess what? The areas we're not hearing about are historically red. Now, let's talk about something else. What about the homeless camps? And we do have a good population going up the mountain. And let me tell you something. I think the government, the people in charge, I want to tell you this. I think you've sorely underestimated the people that live up in these there hills. I think y'all have underestimated us, including the homeless folks. First of all, to be homeless and living in a tent in this area during the wintertime and the summertime, you got some fortitude in you. Second of all, a lot of people around here still heat with the wood stove and cool with the box fan. Some people still have outdoor toilets. But what you're not going to do is come and take what they've worked hard for. We all pay our tax dollars. And let me tell you something else. In the past 2 years, property taxes from where I live on up the mountain in North Carolina have increased 500 to 700%. Property values have averaged a $1,500 increase during those times. So taxes that were $148 for the year of 2022, for the year of 2024, that same property that's only valued around $1,400 more, their property tax is now nearly $800. Don't sound like much to some folks, but it's a lot to people. Remember, I told you the average minimum wage is like, I think $7.50, right? The average wage in most of these areas, in these rural communities, that people are making is $9.13 an hour. And they lost everything. In this economy, they don't have savings. They didn't have nothing coming next until next week's paycheck that they don't have now because they don't have a car. They don't have a way to call into work. Oh, and please believe people have been terminated for violation of point systems during this whole horrific situation. That's a whole nother ballgame. And why should it matter to everybody? It could be you next. It could be you next. What happens if they find out that you're sitting on top of a copper mine? Your whole town. Or there's huge oil or gold deposits where you live. What happens then? I want to play something. So, and it's going to be audio. It's going to be audio. And it's a conversation that a viewer sent me with Alexa. So give me just a moment to get it queued up and play it. I apologize. But, the internet is spotty at best. I don't know what to tell y'all. I'm slated for old Spectrum to cut me off on the 9th, I believe, which is just a couple days. I don't have roommates anymore, so I don't get rent, and the bills are higher because they were here. So that's great. Yeah, because rent was due tomorrow. It just is whatever it is. I'm going to take it as I can. I've learned I can cook on the fire. I reckon without fire, I'll be cooking on the fire, and I'll just be like my brothers and sisters on up the mountain. I don't know what else to say, what to do. I do know if without the Wi-Fi, I won't have a phone signal because when I turn Wi-Fi off my phone, it does not work. As far as data parts, I don't know about just general calling, and I know SMS texting will go through without the Wi-Fi. I found that out. Okay, I'm gonna mute for just a moment and get this pulled up, and again, it will just be audio that I'm going to be playing on speaker and hold my mic to it. I just want you guys to hear. And it's a conversation with Alexa, and it was very enlightening. And I want to get this out before Milton hits Florida. It's important. Okay. Sorry, guys. Um, Thank God. People don't know. Listen, kids have seen shit they should never see. I want to play this for you guys and comment. Doing the best I can to make sure y'all can hear it. Just let me know if you can hear it. I'm getting ready to hit play now.
Alexa, how many people perished in Hurricane Milton? From fandom.com. Overall, extreme Hurricane Milton caused $21.3 billion in damages and caused 262 fatalities. Alexa, what was the main area that got hit by Hurricane Milton? From fandom.com. Hurricane Milton was a deadly and costly hurricane that impacted most of Florida as well as much of the rest of the East Coast in early October of the 2030 season.
Okay. I don't know if y'all heard that or not. Um, if somebody let me know in the chat, trust me, that's not all. That's just one thing. Because I'm not going to be on here long. I may try to come back later. It's been really difficult. I got a lot of information that's come into me that I have to go through. I just wanted y'all to hear that because we're in early October. I know it's not the 2030 season, but 2030 ain't got here yet. Milton's the right name. That's the right area. Let's see if those numbers match anything in the aftermath. And I'm sorry to put it that way. Please don't get angry at me. Anybody that's in Florida, I'm not wishing nothing on none of y'all. I'm praying that's wrong. I'm praying by putting it out that the plan won't go through. Please understand that. Um, I mean, that's all I know to do and say at this moment because, like, I'm over. I, like a lot of people, am overwhelmed. We don't know what's the norm and what's not the norm. What we do know is when you're in a medical situation with somebody needing medical assistance and, you know, they have 48 hours and they're running out of oxygen or they're already hallucinating because they haven't had diabetic medicine and their sugar's so high. We can't wait 3 more days for FEMA to arrive, fill out paperwork, and a pharmacy to approve. See, it's sometimes the more people you involve, the more bureaucracy and crap you have, the less you can get done. I guess is what I'm saying there. I am. By the way, the North Carolina governor has changed a little bit of stuff about voting, and it's supposed to be open to everybody in all different ways. I don't know. I don't believe nothing. Um, I really don't want to have to play Cap Chatterfield's copy of the speech and stuff I want y'all to see. It's a good one. If I can, if y'all bear with me, I'm looking for a specific video. It shows a compilation of TikToks, and it has the documents that I'm talking about. It has the speech that I'm talking about, where the I forget what her name is called. The lady contradicts herself. I'm trying to read and talk at the same time. It's not going that great. Let's see which one. I'm close. Sorry, y'all. And I feel like, honestly, there's so much going on right now, and a lot of it is a distraction. I just don't know which is the distraction. It's so much. Here we're just overwhelmed. I don't know how else to tell anybody. It's overwhelming. Well, you can tell when I fall asleep, my stuff keeps playing, but based on my history, because so a lot is not what I chose. I understand the Hodge twins even have been on down here, so or up here, however you want to put it. Okay, I want to find. There's so many. I want to find the one. Let's see. I don't want a reaction channel. I want the real stuff. I might play this reaction channel though, where you can see the Glenn Beck stuff I'm talking about. Might do that real quick. I can't find this. I want the video with the documents where the Department of Justice just like, y'all, it's so close to when this hit. Signed the contracts with the mining company. Come on. I know I saved it here. I watch too much. It's the Franklin Graham interview. It's Glenn Beck. I can't play him or Blaze TV. It might be. I think it was that one. Give me a moment. I think I found. It's right in here. And this one Joker, I'm really kind of irritated. I don't even want to give it life. But wishing harm to the areas affected by North Carolina. Oh, and have y'all seen where Biden asked what storm? I got that lined up to play too. I forgot. There's so much. The denials. I want one specific thing. Dadgummit, I want the documents. And I know I got them here. I just got to find it. Y'all, please bear with me. I think it's this one. And I hope and pray if it is, they don't get mad at me for sharing it. I'll speed it up. The body language, guys. It's Karen Jean Pierre is the name of the girl, the press representative. See, I think I showed y'all these. Just want to double check. Okay, I'm going to show this right quick regardless. If they hit me for it, they'll hit me for it. This part really, like, what? Just hold on. Okay, I gotta share screen. Restream makes me go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Okay. Hold on. I'm just going to play the clip where Biden is talking. I'm not going to let none of the rest of it play. So, hopefully.
Need, Mr. President.
Yes.
Oh, the storm zone. Yes, sir.
Oh, the storm zone.
Okay, hold on. I got to go back.
You need to watch this for yourself.
What are the states the storm zone need, Mr. President? Okay? What are the states the storm zone? What do they need after what you saw today?
Oh, you know that first that he could have misheard what was the question, right? What do the states of the storm need, Mr. President?
Oh, the storm zone. Yes, sir.
Oh, the storm zone. Yeah, of course.
I don't know what storm you're talking about.
I'm wondering what storm you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry I didn't mute because my mouth is still open. I don't know if y'all seen this, how anybody feels about this, but people I know, those of us that live here, by the way, this I believe, and if I'm wrong, please God correct me. I would like to be corrected, and I would like to be wrong right now. Was the same day he had visited North Carolina. Joe, please go sit down somewhere and eat some pudding and jello. My question is if he has whatever going on, that he is incapable and unable to be the first sitting president to not run for re-election, how is he able to control and do anything right now? Please answer me that question. And I think that's a valid question, nonpartisan. That is from a medical standpoint. I'm having some problems here understanding. Not trying to be rude, disrespectful, not trying to judge nobody. Just not understanding. You know? And I'm not done. Because what he's about to say is what really pissed off most of my neighbors around here to the north. Y'all ain't heard the worst part of it. Yeah, he said what storm, but just wait till you hear what he says. I may have to go back about 2 seconds, and if I do, I will. I'm gonna mute this time because I want it clear what he says, because I'm angry.
I'm wondering what storm you're talking about.
They're getting everything they need.
They're getting everything they need, and of course, he's looking away. No, I don't buy it, Joe. I don't buy it for a minute. You're making this up. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Are you aware that you're here, Joe? Is anybody home?
They're very happy across the board.
With AARP vision plans from VSP,
He said they are getting what they need, and they're very happy across the board. Where's he at? Where's he at? Where's he at that they're getting what they might be getting what they need, Joe, but it ain't because you did anything. It ain't because Kamala did anything. It ain't because anybody with some money did anything. Let me put it that way. Even those of us that have been through hell and seen things we should never see are giving when we don't got it to give because we want to make sure that our neighbor ain't doing without. If we got a plate of food and a biscuit, we're sharing it. Local businesses are hosting doctors, nurses for free to help people right now. Unprecedented. Restaurants are offering their employees, family, friends, and whoever, if you got something, bring it. Throw it on the table. We're going to do a family reunion potluck dinner. They can't open for business. So, and some of them, if you got a gas grill, you can cook with it. Just so you know, if you got a gas stove, you can cook. But we checking on each other, seeing that you got what you need. Grabbing a shovel, a rake, a bucket, whatever. And yeah, that's a great thing about our country and about America. Yay, yay, yay. Our government patting us on the back saying we got wonderful people stepping up to help and a great job. And it is great. And we're appreciative. But it's not supposed to be that way, JoJo. Why do I say that? Well, let me tell you why I say that. Because I clicked and I shouldn't. But anyway, where are my tax dollars? Where?
So you need to.
Sorry, I'm trying to get back to where we was at. Where are tax dollars at? Please tell me that. Where are they at? Every time we get an income, we pay taxes before we get it. We buy something, we pay taxes. At the end of the year, we pay taxes. On our property and things we own, we pay taxes, right? And another question. Every time, my whole life, that another country has had a tsunami, a hurricane, a tornado, whatever, natural disaster, been bombed by their neighbor, whatever, we send people and funding. Now, our country is going through something, and FEMA's telling us they're out of funding, even though they sent some more overseas after that. My question is, all those countries that we've helped over the last 50 years, where are they? Do they have electricians, linemen, general contractors, construction people, bridge makers, whatever? I don't know. I don't begin to know everything. But where are they to help us now? Where is the funding from any of those countries that we've been helping for 50 years to help our country in its time of need? That's my question. And I think that's a fair question. And I think I have the right, just like any other American that spent $1 of tax money, to ask that question. I have the right to see where every dollar I paid in has went. We all do, in my opinion. Hopefully it's not going to boot me out for trying to forward just a little bit here. Okay, I'm just going to play from this point on again because I think it's important. Yes, Miss Justice, I want to say that. Canada sent electricians and linemen down. I know, I've seen the trucks here. I've seen them. I know they're here. New Jersey, Maine, Canada, absolutely. But I'm pretty sure Canada ain't one of the places we've bailed out repeatedly for 50 years either. I'm just saying. There's a lot of countries that we've sent troops to and spent money on that have a lot of money themselves. They are oil-rich countries. Why are they not helping? Why are we not asking for their help? Probably not. Because maybe our president can't even remember which storm it was. I'm sorry. Let me let this play right quick.
Biden, he's asked the question, and you see that all the noise from the aircraft and all the stuff. and he is still nowhere. I'm gonna try to take a look. Even blinks one. You know that blinking is important because blink that
I'm trying, it keeps doing the mute when I'm
is
trying to
because
forward.
he blinks, but he's what storm are you talking about? And no, this is completely lost. He's still looking. He's looking in other directions. He blinks. He blinks rapid because it's like having that wake up moment. Oh my god! I just forgot which storm or satire. Well, I will refrain from mentioning it right now. But you can imagine which word it is.
And it's not just hurricane.
You know that.
Okay, he's gonna play the. Oh shit! Did I mute yet? No. Okay. I want to play this by my orcas too. I think it's important to see what was said when and that, then and now type thing. This was my orcas, and I think he'll tell us in his clip. As I understand, when he took over FEMA, it was months ago at least. Okay, it'll be somewhere on the screen. I can't remember dates. I've got too much stuff in my pea brain. And then we're going to see just a couple days ago when he told us FEMA was broke. Please pay attention. Let me mute. And like I said, if I get struck for it, I'll just get struck. It's important.
He speaks in a way that I have a non-professional word to address this. So sadly, Alejandro Mayorkas, just 3 months to prepare for hurricane season. 3 months ago. This video is from 3 months ago.
FEMA is tremendously prepared. This is what we do. This is what they do. And the key here, Rebecca, is also to make sure that the communities who are potentially impacted are prepared as well.
You know that he speaks in a way that I have a non-professional
Fires, also extreme heat, which
professional or satire. Well, I will refrain from mentioning it right now, but you can imagine which word it is.
and it's not just hurricanes and wildfires, also extreme heat, which certainly some parts of the United States are already experiencing.
Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is sounding the alarm on FEMA funding right after the devastation of Hurricane Helene. Listen.
Yeah, this is a problem because he said you
Are meeting the immediate
of Hurricane Helene. Listen.
but what happened afterwards?
with the money that we have.
Problem because he said you heard him say that well they were really prepared for anything, right?
Okay, so the first clip of my orcas was about 3 months ago. This next audio you're going to hear, because it is just audio that the news media has, is this past Wednesday after Helene. First one's 3 months ago before Helene. FEMA's ready. They're prepared. They know what they got to do, not just with fires, wildfires. It's everything, and they're ready. They're prepared. They know what to do. They're ready to go. Jump, Johnny on the spot. Remember that. Here we go.
Right? But what happened afterwards?
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
Okay, call me crazy. I think you can still see, and let me see if I can roll it down while it's still, so y'all can see everything on the screen. I'm trying to avoid YouTube taking me down right now before I finish showing everything I want to show. Bottom line, he says we are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. Okay. They are expecting another hurricane. That's Milton that I just played you that audio from Alexa about. And we do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season. Now, I don't know what nobody else means. They're saying that FEMA ain't broke. That's erroneous reporting and blah, blah. If I tell you I don't have the funds to make it to payday or to pay my fire bill, I'm broke. FEMA doesn't have the funds to do the job that they're supposed to do, that they were set up to do for the United States. Not just North Carolina, anybody else that gets hit by any future, I don't know what season, anybody, they don't have the funds. They're out. They'll just print fake money, I reckon. I don't know. Okay, let me see if it's got the Karen part on here too.
FEMA doesn't have the funds to. What is? How can we choose with a B, $1 billion for migrants? And well, no, we ran out of money. We ran out of money. And you can remember
this all comes as the Biden-Harris administration spent over $1 billion from a FEMA program on services for migrants.
$1 billion with a B, $1 billion for migrants. And well, no, we ran out of money. We ran out of money, for all the people who is dying, who needs desperately this help. And well, we have some reports that I'm going to share with you. This were messages that were sent to Elon Musk, and he received. And he said FEMA is both incompetent and
All right, and I paused on this because I have all these messages. Even the public posts that were made on X, Twitter, whatever. I took screenshots of those, so I have those to show you guys, by the way. Apparently, they were getting stopped from helping and bringing Starlink in. The whatever Buttigieg, I can't think of what his name is. Y'all help me. The secretary, whatever, of transportation, whatever, was talking to Elon publicly on X. And they got it fixed. So another person reporting that they weren't being allowed to help. I'm getting different reports, but the bottom line that I'm getting is they're trying, okay, the reason FEMA wants to take all these supplies and relabel them and whatever is they are doing inventory. So they got 2,000 bottles of water, and Sally Mae got 10 bottles of water. That's her limit. And John Boy got 30, and that's it. Whatever. To keep up with it, to equally distribute it, and to see what's coming in and what's coming out. Okay, y'all, please pardon my language right now, but I'm gonna be very unprofessional, and I'm gonna keep it 100. Bitch, you didn't pay for this. You didn't put in on this. You didn't pay for this. Keep your fingers off of it. Real talk. Who the hell do you think you are? If you're going to come in, you're going to do something. You access those funds and that money that all of our families have paid to this government for multiple lifetimes, and you help these people. If you send one more dollar to help somebody that doesn't live here and don't pay tax dollars without taking care of the people that actually fucking live here and pay you with the sweat down the crack of our asses, you should have to go live there. Now, something I want to tell y'all, and I'm going to find the video that breaks it down. Y'all can go look on GoFundMe. There's a GoFundMe set up that is endorsed by Donald Trump. The woman that's running it is in the leadership, in the inner circle of his campaign. It's great. Do what they want to do. I'm not telling nobody what to do with their money. If I'm going to show one side, I'm going to show both sides. That's where I'm at. I want to be fair, and I want to be honest. Here's the thing. And I've talked to someone that does contract law. Okay. And I'm not saying that it's that it's what's being done. I'm not making no accusation. I just want people to know what's true and real. He's not the beneficiary or not the person set up to receive the funds and distribute them. People were asking why. Why wouldn't he do it direct? Well, I mean, at first, here's what I thought. Well, I want like an accountant, a business manager, somebody knew what they was doing and knew how to document everything. He probably got too much going on. I wouldn't want to do all that shit. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. Logistically, physically, it's a job within itself. And if you're running to be president, you're not going to have time for that. That's where mentally, that's where my mind went. Real talk. Now, also legally, if you set up the gifting campaign on GoFundMe, you can't receive any benefits from it. No monies, okay? So, as endorsing it but not being over it and then set up, in his name, that leaves that loophole. And I know that Trump is smart enough to know what loopholes are. Taxes speak. He's told us all about it. I mean, if it's there and our government gives it, you take advantage of it. Understood. No problem. That's a business mentality. But here's the thing. To qualify to receive funds, you have to be in the affected areas and zones and counties, okay? Again, no problem. My understanding is that Mr. Trump and some supporters do own land in some of these afflicted areas. So they would be eligible to receive funds from that GoFundMe. Look into it yourselves. Don't take my word. GoFundMe is very transparent. It shows the name of the person starting it. It shows how the benefits will be dispersed, how to qualify, all that. Read it for yourself and make your own thoughts and opinions. I'm just providing the information of what is possible. And also, let me say this. There's other legal reasons to not do it and funds be in his name. With what's going on in the court system and civil and such suits, if his name's tied and the money is in his control and somebody won a civil suit, they could, at very minimal, freeze that account. So understand, there's multiple reasons, and I get it. At this point, we trust no one. And I think that's reasonable. And I'm just putting facts out there as could be manipulated. I keep hearing my phone and I can't find it. I swear. Okay. I'm so sorry, you guys. So much is going on. Can't see. Okay. I'm tagged into the stuff. Okay, got you. Okay. Sorry. It's rough. Mentally, it's rough. Like, here's my thing. Here's my question for FEMA. While it's up on the screen, the word FEMA. Let me ask you a question, FEMA. So if I qualify for you to reimburse me for a 30-day hotel stay starting immediately, why wouldn't I also qualify for the $750 for food, water, toiletries, feminine hygiene products, etc.? Why am I still waiting to find out about that? I get a house inspection and stuff. Hell, that might be 6 months, a year down the road with everything that's going on. We're not unreasonable. But 2 and 2 is 4. It'll never be 3 or 5. You feel me? And shit don't add up and it don't make good sense. Real talk. Know that there are specific areas that we know of in the mountains that are prone to flooding, and it's known. You know what I mean? Like, actions have been taken over the recent years to minimize those. Blah blah blah. You know, whatever. Um, those areas flooded. Yeah, majorly flooded. Um, along with areas that's never flooded ever. Okay. Let me just double check while I'm talking. I want to see, because the Elon thing, I got screenshots of that. I don't need the video and take a chance to get it down for showing that. Okay, I don't think he's got the Karen lady in this video. Okay, so he stopped sharing real quick and go back. Trying to decide, can I find this? Of course, I gotta go all the way back to here. It's just annoying. Okay. I'm trying to scroll back through my history and it's not going fast enough, of course. Let's see what day. Okay, I think it's around here. I don't know if it's heard that. I want to get the documents. I want you guys to be able to see the actual document, the contract with the DOJ and the mining company. I think that's so important. And I don't honestly see a lot of, where's it at? Down. Go too far. Damn it. Impact plastics. That's a whole thing by itself too. Come on. I want that. Y'all please bear with me. I might have went too far. I'm not sure. I hope they ain't jerked it off of here. They're really good for that right now too. I'm sorry, but it's true. Okay. I'm close. Pilot exposes feds, family shattered. Y'all just bear with me, I promise. There's so much. And I gotta make sure that I can play what I'm showing. I hope I didn't go back too far. Ah. Come on. I'm sorry, you guys. I had it and I've lost it. I don't know how else to tell you, but I know it's here and I just gotta find it. And it might have been this. I want to find that video too. There's a video, and it might have been the ham radio operator that I was telling y'all about the lasers, but come on. And if I went too far, I'll go to it first. I mean, whatever. Image. Usually it tells you what day I'm watching from, and I can't see it. Okay, that's Thursday. Guns and gadgets. It should be right around here. See, it's adding. It's part of the problem. Y'all bear with me. I don't know what YouTube is actually doing, so. I'm so confused right now. It should be right here. And it's slowly adding. I think this one is it, but it's just slowly adding. I don't know how to tell people. Okay. Let's see. I don't know how long this one is. I don't know if that one's it or not. Damn it. Okay. I'm pretty sure this one is the. If it ain't, I'll get out of it quickly and share it, but I'm trying to click on it to share with y'all. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's weird. Like I'm trying to open this right now and it's not wanting to open.
Prior to Contrave.
Okay. I hate when they issue these little warnings down there. Climate is supposed to mean it's not real. I don't know. Let's see. I've got it muted. Let me share with y'all, and when it gets to the part, I'll play. I'm letting it continue to play, so hopefully I don't miss it. There's a couple in particular that I wanted to be able to show people. I had to take some time away because of some of the little nasty comments too that were being made. I'm not going to front. Damage doesn't look that bad. Seems like erroneous insurance claim, all kind of stuff. And I just was like, I don't have the strength for it. I'm not here for it today. Let's see. Oh, you'll see the mudslide in this one. I'm trying to make it bigger, y'all. I've got the sound off. I know that you're just hearing my mouth. And I'm kind of doing that on purpose for a minute. Now I'm going to let you hear other people just back and forth. Bear with me so I don't get clipped. This is for educational and entertainment purposes. My opinion only. Please don't hit me with a copyright. Right now I can't take it.
So this woman says she got a message from her husband's friends saying that they pulled out over 1,000 bodies. Since the media has been underreporting flooding from Hurricane Helene, I'm just going to share some things from people who are in the area and on the ground. So this woman said she got a message from her husband's friends saying that they pulled out over 1,000 bodies just in one day. And in their words, people are going feral because they don't have any food or water. And I've seen videos of people fighting over water because it's so limited. Again, you can find these all in my reposts. This is an update I got from my lineman friend in Asheville. Went up Old Fort Road where it connects to number 9. The whole area is gone. 100-foot ravine where houses used to sit. Kids walking around naked, asking where their parents are. People begging for water. Black Hawk helicopters from FEMA. I don't want to talk about the smell of dead. I'm in disbelief. This video is also in my repost. The caption says, when they say your town is unreachable, the town says, F it, we'll get it on our own. And the video shows a bunch of truckers coming in with supplies and gas. So if the truckers can make it, why isn't the National Guard there? Why isn't FEMA there? Why isn't the Red Cross there? These people, they're being failed. And yes, the National Guard and FEMA is in some areas, but they've left a lot of areas hanging, stranded. These people are running out of food. They're running out of water. They're dying. I also saw another video. It's in my recent repost of a guy who's trying to get a rescue team in to go rescue people, and they were told to stand down and that they're not allowed to go rescue people. I don't know what's going on and why there's so much corruption when it comes to rescuing people. We have the most powerful military, most well-equipped military in the entire world, so I'm not sure why the military can't go do these major rescues. Like, why that should be, like, it's not the soldiers' fault, but obviously. But why aren't there teams trained for natural disasters on U.S. soil? Like, that should be a thing.
When the golden leaves are falling down the lane, I used to
know. Real quick too, not only are people doing scams, they're taking advantage of the situation. I just wanted to make people aware of that too. People are coming out saying they've been sent about insurances. You got to pay for a claim. You got to pay up front to get your trees and stuff moved from your property to get assistance. Don't do it. If you don't know the person, if you didn't call them, don't deal with them. And call the local authorities. Let me check and see about the music part yet, y'all. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to fast forward some. Okay, hold on. Okay. I ain't going to be able to play the music. So I'm going to let it play without the sound. Y'all be able to read the captions. I do apologize. Yeah, Tennessee shouldn't have done that. I agree. 100 million%. I've been PO'd over that happening since I double checked. By the way, I fact checked that, and it's correct. And ain't that amazing that that our government, Tennessee, sent 700 people to another country, right? After the hurricane hit, right? And then what does Biden give? He gives us 700 back. So we just broke even. I'm assuming. Like, I don't get the logistics and all that crap, and I'm not trying to get in the middle of it. I just think it seems like our government don't operate with a lot of common damn sense. How about that? Okay, let's see here. Let me mute this again and let it play. I'm going to skip forward a little bit. I do apologize and everything, but I can't play the music. I know seeing it in video and on pictures really doesn't tell the tale, you guys. It's different. It's different in person. It really is. Okay, this I'm gonna mute myself here.
These are the some of the first images being posted online of areas alongside the Appalachian Trail that have been affected by the hurricane last night into this morning, and like this bridge completely knocked out by Uncle Johnny's hostel. I remember walking across that just like some months ago. It's wild to think about how different the trail is now just from one storm.
I'm going to let this video play and periodically back and forth talking. If you're not hearing sound, it's because there's music and I can't play that. But I want you guys to see the video and know that the stuff you're seeing isn't just Black Mountain, it isn't just Asheville, it isn't just Kings Mountain, it's Newland, it's Spruce Pine, it's Banner Elk, it's Boone, it's Morganton, it's Rutherfordton, it's Chimney Rock, it's Newland, Spruce Pine, if I didn't say, Marion, Old Fort, it's everywhere. You might have one house here and there somewhere that's spared because it's higher up on the mountaintop than the rest, but it's everywhere.
Is absolutely heartbreaking, and unfortunately it is just one of many stories coming out just like this after Hurricane Helene. These posts and photos come from the Facebook of Jessica Dry Turner, and these are her updates. She starts out at 12:46 p.m. Friday saying, "I'm asking anyone that prays to God above for prayers, not just for my family but for all of those affected by the hurricane. My family is currently on the roof of their house in Asheville, North Carolina with nothing but the clothes on their back and working phone. My parents in their 70s, my sister and 6-year-old nephew have lost everything. They are watching 18-wheelers and cars floating by. In addition,
FYI, before fake news media or anybody else tries to tell you this story is not true, it actually has been picked up by 2 other local stations that are reporting this did happen. The pictures are there. This is real. It's not fake. And it's not going to have a fairy tale ending, you guys. I'm sorry, but it's true.
part of their house that they're sitting on is in front of them. They've called 911, but they aren't the only ones needing rescue. This is definitely a moment when faith is all you have. God knows the outcome already. I just pray for their lives, health, and an inner peace in their spirits that they know God holds them in his hands." Around 10 hours later, at 1:54 a.m. on Saturday morning, she makes the following update. "My parents and nephew drowned because the roof collapsed. My sister got wedged between something. She was rescued an hour later. I cannot convey in words the sorrow, heartbreak, and devastation my sisters and I are going through, nor imagine the pain for us. Please lift my sister who lost her son up in prayers, and my other sister and myself as we come together to somehow comfort her and get through each moment banded together. She is alone, without a means to communicate, and we don't know when we will get to her. The image I focus on every time I imagine that moment is how joyfully they are praising Jesus at his feet, dancing with renewed bodies and not remembering how they passed. I plead to Jesus to hold my sister tightly. God is faithful, just. Weeps and mourns when we do, and comforts us in our times of need. He rescued my parents and nephew in a way and took them home. Now he will comfort, heal, and rescue us that are broken, wailing, and utterly lost in another way. I have never felt this kind of loss, devastation, and aching in my spirit. I cry out to my Lord, and I keep crying out to the Lord. Take this heavy burden, please comfort us, constantly remind us of your faithfulness." Then roughly an hour later, she asks, "Are there any rescue teams that can get us into the city tomorrow, please? I plead and plead that a team can get us to my sister. Anyone, any team out there, I plead someone sees this and has the means and power to help us, please." She then leaves off with 2 final updates. "We found her, we just need to get there, pray that we are able to use the roads we need to. It will be very hard in the upcoming moments and days and weeks ahead. I'm thankful for the strength she doesn't know yet that she has, and so very thankful for the blessings we still have." Then Saturday at 1:46 p.m. she says, "And whoever it was that contacted someone they know in the hospital to see if she was there, I can never thank you enough for what you've done. It was a NICU nurse that called. She was told to go get her director to find Megan. She felt our pain so much, she went herself with her phone to let Megan speak with us. I can't express the number of prayers that have been answered and continue to be. Thank all of you." My heart just absolutely breaks for the victims that are going through this and having these similar stories. It's just unimaginable.
Oh, it's going to hit the truck. It's going to hit the truck.
So this next clip is people were moving. What a time to move into a flood there, but whatever. Anyway, this is when it starts becoming apparent that we don't have even 911 access. I want to show you this because I want people to understand the devastation, destruction. I'm pretty sure this is the one that has the documents that I'm talking about when it comes to the lithium and the quartz. And I think it's really important to get this out here. So, here we go.
Okay. Actually, came up a little bit. Front came up a little bit. Yeah, I think there's somebody. There's them here. I think there's somebody in that truck. We can get our 911 report. Oh my God.
Big dental bills can often come as a shock, but there's an affordable solution.
Oh, no. Marion, Morganton, Old Fort, we're good. People are just telling stories on our government. They're good. I'm sure she had been checked on. FEMA's there. Oh, wait a minute. Wait till I show y'all the Glenn Beck portion I was talking about, where FEMA says they don't go into the areas that are hard to access. What you mean? Ain't that what y'all for? Ain't y'all for the disasters and to help the people in the hardest hit areas? Am I crazy? Am I misunderstanding? Do I not know what FEMA is all these years I've lived in the United States? Somebody please help me understand.
People from getting emergency supplies and baby formula in South Carolina, where they are still receiving rain without power, no food, and bodies are still being recovered. You heard that right. Police officers are literally guarding the store and not allowing people inside during an emergency. Multiple sources of people are complaining about the stench that is coming from unalive bodies that have yet to be discovered. There is massive price gouging, with people being charged $10 a gallon for gas when they are simply trying to get out of a hazardous situation. I told you guys months ago you need to carry cash. People in South Carolina, their ATMs are down. Everywhere is only accepting cash in certain parts of the flooded areas, and people have no way to get food. They are talking about children running around in the streets and unable to find parents that are naked. And again, they are still receiving rain and are forecasted to get more rain over the next 7 days.
Hungry. Still have no power. I have no gas to get to my kids. I don't know where to get gas. So there's that.
There's no stores open. It's cash only. The ATMs are down. There's little babies that have nothing to drink, and we're going on 3-4 days now.
It's not only months of recovery.
You have people that are still underneath all of this that have yet to be found because there are entire pieces of this community underground. That is a freaking Lowe's where the water is to the roof, and this is why the body count is steadily climbing, and they don't know how.
I want to interject real quick. So far from me too, Outdoorsy. I want to interject real quick. I want y'all to see in the background behind this girl. Now you see how high the water is still, like 3-4 days later. Everybody knows what Lowe's Hardware looks like, right? So the very main front entrance of Lowe's Hardware, just one example, I'll show you my local area, how high the water's got. And there's a reason I'm saying this. Then you imagine that water's there, right? Okay. So that water goes away. Do you see how muddy that water looks? When that water goes away, there's 2 to 8 feet of mud and crap that's busted through windows, doors, blocking windows and doors. It's got to be sifted through. And if people were trapped in the building when all this stuff came, just because the water's gone, you don't know how many people still trapped in the mud and crap. You understand what I'm saying, y'all? Like, how can... There may be some that are never found. But how can you already give us a number? How are you saying, oh, it's not as bad as you think? There's only 1, 2, 300, whatever, right? But how do you know? How do you know? How do you really know? How do you know? If there's still areas that you haven't accessed, as of yesterday, if there's areas that is seeing people for the very first time since the 26th to 27th of September, how the hell do you know what the missing and deceased, unlived, however you do makes me say it, are? You don't. Then when you couple in the fact that intermingled in the lakes and the rivers and the waters, and multiple sources have confirmed that this is true. Intermingled. Why the stench is so bad? Intermingled is not only people that currently lost, are unalived, but also persons that may or not for a day, a week, a month, 5 years, 10 years, they don't know right now. That's my point. You you don't know. Like it may take years to differentiate between what are new unalivings and past unalivings. Everybody didn't stay in the casket that went floating down. Oh, well, to put it right. Thank you. And then when you factor in homeless, that's another unaccounted for number. It burns my butt and it pisses me off. Why not just tell the American people the truth? It's a natural if it was a natural disaster, you say that. You say it was a natural disaster, one that we didn't expect, nobody in the area expected, right? That's all normal, right? You say that. We don't know what the count is right now. We don't know. We don't want to give erroneous numbers. We know at this point that there's this amount that we've been able to find and identify. We only know of this many missing, but there may be more that we don't know of. There's populations, whatever. Tell the damn truth. Tell the truth. You'd get a lot further. It's just, oh, I can't. Okay, just back to the video.
Know how many people are actually unalive because most of them are still missing. They're saying supplies are arriving by helicopters and freaking mules. These people literally need help, like now.
Oh shit! Get house! Oh shit! Go! Get that down!
I pray for you. Circumstances will change.
Helene, people in Western North Carolina were drowning in their houses.
Steadily climbing, and they don't know how many people are actually unalive because most of them are still missing. They're saying supplies are arriving by helicopters and freaking mules. These people literally need help, like now.
People in Western North Carolina were drowning in their houses this weekend. Others were losing everything. President Biden was at his beach house, and Vice President Harris was hosting political fundraisers on the West Coast. Is there a reason that they could not be here?
Don't know if y'all heard that question or not, but I think that says everything. Everything. Did y'all hear the question? And by the way, Kamala, all that money that you took from the Biden campaign and that you've raised so far, why don't you see about donating 1 to 3%, to your middle class folks, just like your upbringing. Yeah, and I'm glad y'all had a vacation. Most of us that are afflicted haven't been able to probably go on a vacation in over 10 years. Not even to the towns that y'all come to vacation. Yeah, we can't go to Cherokee and Gamble. We can't go look at Chimney Rock. We can't go to Asheville to the Arts Center and go see a concert or hang out because we're working 12 to 15-hour days to pay the taxes that apparently do us no good. Okay, yeah, back.
All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the North Carolina flood victims are citizens of the United States and not Ukraine, so our politicians see no reason to help them.
Well, my house is currently flooding, and my neighbor's house is... What is that? I saw a big old fat log come out. My car, gone. It could have been up there, but I decided to be hard-headed. And now that poor car is holding on by a thread. I called the emergency. They said they're going to be on their way, but I don't know how many people are probably already calling them. I probably should have left. I should have listened to everybody, but did.
If she like me, I called the emergency in the wee hours Saturday morning. I'm still waiting on them to arrive. I feel that. We didn't get told. Like, I don't know exactly where this young lady is. If she's in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. And this one, it says everybody's in the North Carolina and Tennessee areas, but I can't speak on that. I don't know. The warnings we got was after we didn't have no cell phone service. Okay. No, he is not. That book is stupid and not well liked, and that's part of Vance's problem around here. You don't even want to get me started on that. But no, he is not. Tell him to bring us to his hometown up here. Why ain't he in his hometown checking on his people, his family, his relatives? That's all I'm saying now. And I'm not being political. I don't give a damn right now. I keep telling people when they think I'm crazy and they can, I'll be crazy. Whoop whoop, fly the bird, whatever. I'm voting for my dog. Her first name's Chili and her last name's Pepper, and y'all welcome to vote for her too. If she gets the win, she'll make sure everybody has plenty of food and water. I can tell you that. Can't be no worse than what we got now. And because I mean, honestly, they could put a blow up doll there and it'd do the same. I firmly believe that the leaders that get out and talk to us ain't nothing but figureheads and whatever. Oh, by the way, and I don't know who did it. I think they said DeSantis. I don't know much about him. Don't care right now. But thank you to the workers that stopped the strike, at least temporarily. It's appreciated. Thank you to whoever got them to do it. Because I really don't know how we're going to make it in the future. But at least we will have the ability that everybody else has to walk in a store and see some shit on the shelves. I mean, it was bad. Like our grocery stores, our Dollar Generals and everything, and then going on down because a lot of places ran out of power. They had to toss everything out. Oh my God, y'all, it's sickening the amount of food that was thrown away because of government regulations by stores. There's no way we would have food. It's an example of what it probably would have looked like if that strike would have went on for over 30 days, what we're seeing right now on our shelves. And if it wasn't for donations coming up, if it wasn't for people giving out of the kindness of our heart, we would not have clean drinking water. And they can say what they want, but now there's something coming out about chemicals that was in the water. My friend's got a throat that's burned up and raw because she drank the water because we didn't have cell service to tell us not to. And nobody can tell her what's wrong with her yet. Why is it like a chemical burn in her mouth and throat? What's going? Nothing tastes the same. Nothing is I don't know how to explain it. Like her taste buds is gone, and it burns and hurts. She said that milk is the only thing that she's been able to drink or eat that doesn't hurt since she drank the water. And there was a video up about it, and it got took down as quick as it went up. I never got to. I didn't get to watch it, and I'm pissed at myself over it because I want to know what to look into. But we're getting there. I promise. I think this is the video with the paperwork. Y'all, please just bear with me, and just see from different perspectives. Understand that everywhere we look, like you might see, like right immediately around you, might look okay, and then you get to the top of your road, and it looks like somebody dropped a freaking bomb. Trees are twisted like crop circles. I'm dying. You got me laughing. We see stuff like that around here a lot, so I ain't surprised by that.
Did I know? Because I'm hard-headed.
What's the update?
We're starting to move. We'll probably get to move. Oh. It's not a very comfortable feeling. No, it's not a good sign. No, that's pretty bad. Yeah.
A few moments later.
People get it. What's happening in Western North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia is not the same thing as a hurricane hitting Florida. This is in the freaking mountains. They had no warning. They had no idea this was going to happen. None.
I want people to pay attention right here. If I'm not mistaken, this is the lady that posts the documents, and it goes over the lithium and quartz mines and the Department of Justice agreements. If it's not, I apologize, but I swear it's her. It's not this, it's a, I don't know how I think it's a stitch or something they call it, but she added it to this TikTok, I think. I don't know exactly how it works. Just bear with me, and please, you guys pay attention to this. It's important.
They need air support. They're people that are missing. They can't get in touch with their family. They have no way of communicating with anyone. They have no electricity. They have no food, water, any way of telling anyone where they are. No, nothing. And they don't have any way to fix it because the roads are washed out and there's no way in or out. People are just stuck. And this happens quickly with no warning. This is in the mountains of Appalachia. Like, there's not hurricane warnings don't affect them. I mean, this is crazy. A lot of people went to sleep and a dam broke a few cities away, and then that led to another dam breaking and another dam breaking, and then next thing you know, their house is washing down the side of the mountain. When you live on the mountain, the only thing you got to worry about is if there's like tons and tons of rain for weeks and weeks at a time, then you might have to worry about a mudslide. But never in their wildest dreams did they expect this. There was no warning. There was no anything. This just happened. People were trapped in their homes with flash flooding. And there's still so many people that are making videos that saying, please help me find my family. Please let me know if they're okay. And I mean, why isn't the government there helping them? Like, they need air support. I mean, before people can even get in to help, they have to have a way to get in. And there's no gas at any of the gas stations anywhere in the area. The entire Western North Carolina is just completely inaccessible except by air. And this is 2 days later. I mean, I don't understand why they're not getting help. I know that they're busy in Florida. It is catastrophic for people that had no time to prepare, no warning, and could have never imagined this in their wildest dreams. I saw one girl say that her his funeral was supposed to be this weekend, and the funeral home is completely flooded, completely. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Just having that thought in the back of your mind while all this is going on. Pastures of livestock that just never made it out. And even when they cut them free, there's even pictures of dogs getting set free they were in cages. Government, please send help. Send air support. Please rescue these people. Get it together because they need help too. There's entire cities that are gone. There is so many people that are unalived. I mean, they can't even get it together to figure that out at this time. There are people that lived through Katrina that now are living in Western North Carolina, and they are comparing this to Katrina. I can't even imagine that. Multiple people are saying that. We pretty much think Katrina being like the worst thing ever. No one's taking it seriously at all. They think just because they're not supposed to be affected by a hurricane that they should be okay. And that's not what happened. And once again, Elon Musk, who is one man, is coming to the rescue way better than our government does. He's positioned his Starlink satellites to where the people in these affected areas can at least get Wi-Fi and be able to call. He literally did that. Our government has done nothing. Just like he had to send a shuttle into space to rescue people that are stranded there. How is one man doing more than our government is? I mean, I know he's rich, but come on. Like, the government should be doing something. They're the ones with all the planes. There are people that are taking their personal plane and helping. The only help they're getting is from their local resources and people that are using their own personal stuff coming from, the vicinity. National help is not fair.
Parts of western North Carolina in and around Asheville hit with what officials are calling biblical devastation.
Officials are calling it biblical devastation. Does that stand out to anyone else here that ABC News, a mainstream media platform, is...
Okay, please stay with me because we're getting into the meat of it. I think they buried it in the middle on YouTube for a reason. I want you to listen to what this young lady says and keep the words plausible deniability in your mind, okay? When you're listening, it's really important. Whether you agree with it or not, I think it's important to hear and know. And then I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive, I may be wrong, but I think this is the right one. I watched 2 compilations, and I think this is the one that has the paperwork in it, and I want you guys to see. I agree, Annette. I agree. Okay, here.
referring to the aftermath of Hurricane Helene and the floods as a biblical event. And I'm only saying this because, hi, I was raised and indoctrinated in the Christian cult. I'm not there anymore. I don't mean that in an offensive way if you are, even though I know that probably comes off as offensive. Regardless, we obviously know of, like, the big flood with Noah's Ark, but as well as signs of the end times, which are massive floods. So it's just interesting that ABC News chose to say that officials are calling this biblical devastation. Because what does that do? If I'm someone who believes in God, and I believe, in everything the Bible says, and I believe in Revelations, and I know that God is going to start giving us massive floods and massive natural disasters when we're almost at the end times, if I hear biblical devastation, a few things are going to start happening. First and foremost, rather than actually looking at the towns and the cities and everyone involved for the failed infrastructure that led to these floods, I now just think this is an act of God. I could still be sad, I could still be devastated, but I'm not going to have any plan going forward for how to prevent this in the future. And I'm also not going to hold anyone accountable for why it happened because it was a biblical devastation. Not only that, but I'm also going to not connect it or correlate it with climate change or global warming at all. Because again, I'm not thinking of this as anything other than a biblical event, basically. It was God's punishment or whatever it would be, or we're almost in the end times, see everyone? And it just also plays in that narratives too, still, of like, the rapture. What is the rapture? Oh, you're waiting for someone to come save you. A whole group of people in this country and people that are trying to run this country, they literally believe that someone is coming to save them. That's why they don't care. That's why they're not interested. Because they think it's all over anyways. Because people that are in power say things like biblical devastation, because that then releases any control, I guess. I don't know. I just think language is really important. I think language really matters. Maybe I'm totally wrong here and I'm like reaching, but maybe I'm not. Because biblical devastation seems like a pretty interesting word choice to explain the aftermath of Hurricane Helene and the floods that have devastated the Southeast.
Can I tell you what I find suspicious as shit? That one of the areas affected.
Okay, guys, I was right. First of all, let me say thank you. Our bucket list has holes. I received your $10 Cash App. Thank you so much. And it is a blessing. And I'm thankful right now. Anything is a blessing. I've got a bottle of water. So please keep us posted. Outdoorsy Life. I know you might not want to come here, but you're welcome. Doors open. I'm accepting everybody. I want people to really hear this, okay? This is the lithium mine part in Kings Mountain. Albemarle, I can't say it right. Lithium is the name of the company. I told you the blonde-haired lady with the glasses a minute ago was the lady. I think this is the same lady, just without the glasses. I'm going to slow this part down. If I get took down for it, I'll just get took down. I want it played clearly. I'm going to pause on maps. I'm going to pause on documents because I want everybody to be able to see what she's talking about and hear and understand. I've not heard it explained any better anywhere else about the quartz and the lithium mines and the documents linking the Department of Justice to this mining group. and the agreement and when it has to be by. And the fact that local news has been reporting for about 5 months now, because I went back and looked, that there have been town hall meetings, council meetings, city meetings, and the residents, go figure, y'all, the residents are fighting this going through. They don't want it rezoned. They don't want it to happen. They don't want to give away their land. They don't want it there. And I bet now some of them might with sale, they think, after this devastation, it'd probably be real easy to do the process. But let me let her explain it to you. This is what I wanted to show everybody. If you don't hear nothing else, please.
By Hurricane Helene is the world's largest lithium deposit, and the DoD just entered into an agreement with this company right here to mine lithium for electric cars.
Hold on, I think I said DOJ and it's Department of Defense, not Department of Justice. My bad, DOD. And listen to this, it's for electric cars. Now, everybody talking about Elon doing this and Elon doing that. I can't help but feel there's ulterior motive, because what is his main bread and butter that he's known for? Tesla. What does Tesla produce? Electric cars, the charging stations, all that. Who needs the lithium? Okay, just saying. Bear with me.
Is the world's largest lithium deposit, and the DoD just entered into an agreement with this company right here to mine lithium for electric cars.
Yes, ma'am. My email is on the screen right here, going across the bottom.
Starting in 2025. Now that area is completely devastated. This is a $90 million agreement between the DoD and this company right now.
Someone is coming to save them. That's why they don't care. Cool devastation. Because
to mine lithium for electric cars starting in 2025. Now that area is completely devastated. This is a $90 million agreement between the DoD.
Okay, I've really been talking and y'all could not hear me. Regular charge days in it, charge at it. Ah, got you. Got you was his. So it charges faster if it's the Tesla brand. That makes sense because it's that way with Samsung. I don't know if y'all can read and see everything that's on the screen, but it's about the lithium mines in Kings Mountain, North Carolina. Okay. This is from September 12th of 2023. The Department of Defense enters agreement to expand domestic lithium mining for U.S. battery supply chains. The Office of the Assistant Secretary for Industrial Base Policy, through its manufacturing capability expansion and investment prioritization (MCEIP) office, entered an agreement with Albemarle Corporation to support the expansion of domestic mining and production of lithium. The $90 million agreement entered into under Defense Production Act (DPA) Title III authorized authorities and utilizing funds appropriated, and I can't read it, some act, will help Albemarle's planned reopening of the Kings Mountain, North Carolina lithium mine to domestic production, supply chain, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, it was not cool. Electric cars were not good in the flood. I wouldn't, if I was on the cusp, I would never buy one. Where you gonna charge it? Ain't no power. All the power lines is down. How you gonna crank your car and charge it and go? At least you might be running out of gas in the neighborhood you live in or whatever. But if you can get your car 30, 40 miles down the road, you might can get a little bit of gas and get another 30, 40 and get a little bit. You know what I mean? But that charging shit's a dub out here. I don't know. Oh Lord, dog crazy. Hold on. Let's go back to the video.
In this company right here to get Kings Mountain, North Carolina lithium mine up and running by 2030. If that area has been inundated, is in a disaster zone, then the government can come in and do eminent domain and they can pay you what it was worth 5 years ago rather than what it's worth right now. Imagine that your home has turned into a watery lot.
Something else I wanted to draw attention to that she just said. So I'm getting reports from some locals in certain areas, Chimney Rock, that we know has been devastated, that they're not being allowed back in. And it kind of like during Katrina, the government seized the lands, the eminent domain she's talking about. They can choose to do 5 year ago value or current value. If your house is gone and there's only a foundation or no foundation, how much is that property worth now that the $80,000 to $100,000 or $60,000 house is gone? That's one of the big points here. I'm going to rewind just a little bit and let y'all hear, because I want to know how long it's going to take them to start seeing the videos where people are not being allowed back in. You got small towns like Marshall that's under 1,000 people. Okay, they're under 900 people. The sheriff and the constable and the authorities there ain't allowing it to happen. Yeah, it might be Chimney Top instead of Chimney Rock, and I apologize if I've got it wrong. I'll have to look back at the email that I received from somebody that I know that lives there. I have some friends in Rumperton that family are who started the Fairfield Inn and Resort Suites, actually in the mountain areas up near Grandfather Mountain and all, and Chimney Top and Chimney Rock. We got Chimney Top, Chimney Rock, and I don't know. It's this dog. I'm dog sitting, which is a good thing. It's part for protection. While my friend's at work, she's staying with me, so I'm not by myself. And it's a pit bull, a female. She's protective. So every time my dog out there barks, this one barks, and every time a lawnmower cranks up, car cranks up, person walks by, the wind blows too hard or a loud vehicle goes down, they start barking. That's all I need to tell you. I apologize. But I just want people to understand why that people in this area are so skeptical. It's like, please don't say it ain't happened before. And for anybody interested on the Amazon wish list, not just for me, if you want to get those things mixed, great. I have added some stuff that pretty much we all should have, like a stove that you can cook outdoor on, that wood, whatever, different type thing, but it's a small portable one, a live straw, a small solar charging box, just some items like that I learned I wish I'd had. Definitely always make sure you keep cash. This digital currency, we are the spokespeople for not going to an all digital currency right now, like the world wants to do, no matter if they tell you or not. Handheld can opener. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I've learned that I wish I had had. I had the handheld can opener. I can't afford the Zoom kind anyway. $250 at Dollar General and you can get a handheld. And again, most places I know, and what I've been hearing, Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina. I don't know about Georgia. I haven't heard from that. Dollar Generals are up and running. They're taking cards. They're taking cash. They are taking food stamps. They're not giving a lot of cash back, but they are. I grew up living here. This is where I was born and raised. And we've had to fight for years for our land because of the beauty of it and people with money wanting to have a second home here. Girl was his, say it again for those in the back that didn't hear you. I was out there boiling water at dawn to make me a cup of coffee. I found some instant Starbucks coffee I didn't even know they made in the cabinet that my daughter had left. The seal wasn't broken, nothing. It's probably expired and I didn't care. But all I had to do was add hot water and some cream and sugar to it and I was good to go. Didn't have no sugar, but I found 2 packs or 3 of Splenda, put that in there, and used some almond milk and called her a day. Luckily, I boiled the water really good, and because I wasn't supposed to be drinking it at that time, and I didn't know. Oh, well, we sent out emergency alerts to everybody. Bruh, we didn't have no internet. We didn't have no phone. I still do not have phone signal when I'm more than 100 yards away from my Wi-Fi device. That's why when we've been going out door to door and stuff, we've been using walkie-talkies and stuff of that nature. Somebody pulled out an old Turk phone. Oh yeah, I know y'all go down a lot. Y'all's are kind of like planned brownouts, I think was his. In my opinion, you may think I'm wrong and you could educate me. I'm just saying from what I've gleaned. But I mean, and the FEMA people, oh, well, let's see, you're trapped on the mountain, so you can't get to the FEMA set up in the parking lot of the closed down strip mall. So let's see. You can't get online because you don't have no Wi-Fi or internet access. Let's see, here we go. Oh, you can't call them because you don't have no cell phone access. And even if you do get in touch with them, where are you getting the paper check at? Ain't no mailbox. Anyway, it's just ignorance abounds. I'll say that. I'm glad you did too, Annette. Every summer when I was younger, before my grandparents got sick and stuff, we used to go to Maggie Valley every year to Stomping Grounds. We had this little local owned and operated, not a chain motel, and it was a motel that we went to. I think it had like 10 rooms maybe. My grandpa actually knew the people that owned it. That's why we patronized it. It was very neat, very clean, had a cool pool. It was awesome. Right next door to the bumper cars and the water bumpers that I loved. We would always go to Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg, but we went to Maggie Valley because of square dancing competitions and clogging competitions. I was a clogger, don't tell nobody, okay? A lot of people don't understand too when you get somewhere with this stuff and you tell people just pick whatever you want. That don't really work up here that well, and I'm gonna tell you why. You're dealing with a lot of people that are used to being self-sufficient. They're not used to asking for anything. They're used to getting out and getting it on their own and working hard for it. They don't want to take from somebody else they feel needs it more than them. And they're very appreciative, humbled, and thankful. And to know that strangers that they've never met are showing up to help. I don't have words for the reactions from people that I personally witnessed, seen, and been involved in, and even watched on TV and stuff, y'all. They gonna tell you that's enough, even if it ain't. You know what I mean? Like, they want to take as little. I think the best I seen a thing, and I think it was on Fox News, and the lady said, "We don't want a handout. We just want a hand up." How would people act and react if accidentally one of our planes had dropped a bomb, in Texas? Are people going to be saying they deserve it because of what their ancestors did? Or why didn't they take the warning and get out? Because that's how much warning we got. First of all, the last news thing I got in my area said it was a tropical storm 3, okay? And we got hit by Hugo that was a hurricane category 5 before it made landfall. And didn't go down past the category 4 by the time it hit like the Burke County, McDowell County area. It didn't make it all the way up the mountain because the mountains act like a barrier, by the way. A lot of people don't know this. But a lot of storm fronts hurricane, tropical storms and such don't make it across the mountain a lot of times. They're not strong enough by the time they get there to do that crossover. So again, there's another reason historically, but a tropical form. Here's the big thing. Please explain to me how a hurricane / tropical storm, whatever, how did it gain intensity and pick up strength over land? Where it made landfall in the Florida area and Georgia, it was not categorized, classified, however the wording is. It wasn't as strong as it was by the time that it was coming out of Georgia into South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. How does that happen? Show me one storm in the history of keeping track of them ever in any country that was a hurricane or tropical storm that got stronger and more organized after landfall and significant movement, because it went from Florida all the way past Atlanta before it organized and picked up steam. Do you see where that little dotted line is on the screen right now in Georgia, where it goes past Florida and it looks like it takes a little bend right there? In Georgia, just the slightest little curvature. Right in that area, in that time frame, is where the green laser things are seen. Okay. They said possible tornadoes and the coast got hit with tornadoes. I only know of one funnel being reported in the area. And that was in the Shelby, as I understand it, around the Shelby area. And it's not been confirmed. That's also unnatural, by the way. In a storm like this, our biggest issue in the past has been flooding in certain areas that flood. Trees being down if we have high wind. By the way, the wind wasn't that high. We've got a hell of a lot higher winds. Hugo, winds were sustained at over 80 miles an hour. Okay? Gusts were over 100. So I call bullshit there. So also, but it's usually down trees. So our power lines are buried. Okay. The other, you might have some shingles fly off, or your lawn ornaments get tore up. You know what I mean, y'all. It ain't nothing we don't deal with the winter storm, with the wind and whatnot. And when the snow melts, sometimes them areas flooding from runoff, or if we get rain real hard for a couple days off of one of the hurricanes that's come through. Yes. What was different was the force. I lived through Hugo. I was here. Hugo was a category 4 when it hit the foothills in the same areas I'm in now, in the same areas I've been walking through. And there wasn't the damage and devastation. I know dams didn't bust. That might be the difference. Yep, same here, little Dev. Same here. We lost Drexel Furniture Factory. We lost Henry Don Furniture Factory, and I'm going to name them. I don't care. Haynes and Sarah Lee Textiles moved out. They were huge. My mom worked for them for over 24 years, not missing a single day of work. And she got a 30-day severance package. Sure did. That was NAFTA. NAFTA killed us. NAFTA killed this whole area. Killed Lenore. It killed Morganton. Caldwell County, Burke County, McDowell County. NAFTA hurt us bad. We lost furniture factory production, and we lost textile production. For multiple years, that and state jobs was the bread and butter. Since then, it's been state jobs or hospitality industry. Now the hospitality industry's got wiped out a lot in my town. In my town. Like, yep, Cannon Mills, absolutely, Annette. Absolutely. And after the loyalty that these companies demanded and got, when I say my grandfather worked for Great Lakes Carbon, it's the only unionized place in the area. So a lot of people get a job there. You can't go get a job nowhere else because you're part of the union. Okay? Real shit. No jokes. Keep it in the band. He even invented something, and they I only want to talk about what they did. He got royalties and residuals. That's why my kids had a little bit of a trust fund that somebody that's deceased now knows what they did. I guess her son's child support paid for. Anyway, I digress. I'm gonna go left. My granddaddy worked for that company. I think he fudged when he got hired. I'll just tell you the truth, because he started there when he was 14. He left when he was 71. I remember because I was at his retirement dinner at the Hook and Anchor in Mern, North Carolina. McDowell County, Marion. We say Mern. Anyway, you give all your life. Sometimes you work 60, 80-hour weeks, and people do it. Please believe it. And they don't care at all about you. Don't believe me? I don't want to say the actual name of the retailer. Fallmark. I worked with somebody that had been there over 15 years. And during the fungolitis episode, someone in the family got sick. They needed time off, whatever. They had a point system, 6 points, and it was a dub, right? He was out. He hit that 7 points. I believe it was his child in the hospital. They don't accept doctor's notes or excuses. Over 15 years with the company. He now works for Staples. No loyalty. But yet you can't be 4 minutes later, leave 4 minutes early. You can't discuss things. I don't know. By the way, I applied at Staples. Somebody sent me there. I never got hired that I know of. But in 2022, their pay, top pay, with experience, $9.39 an hour. When I tell you about $9.50, give or take a quarter either way, is the average hourly pay rate in these areas. I'm not kidding. All they have is their land and their homes and their families and friends. Remember that when we go back and I play this video. I'm going to rewind it just a few seconds for anybody that's just joined to know. But I wanted this one specifically because it showed the actual release from Albemarle Mining and the Department of Defense outlining the lithium mining. And if it don't touch on the courts, don't worry. I done been on Google and DuckDuckGo. I got the info about that in Spruce Pine and Newland, which were two areas that were also very extremely hard hit and are extremely poor and are extremely generational in ownership. People don't just move there and start living. It don't work that way. Somebody gonna look at you sideways if your job didn't transfer you there, if you don't got family there, if you didn't marry into family there. Yeah, it's it's like that all around these areas too. Everybody know everybody in their business. Okay, back to the video. Amen was his. Amen. Amen. I guess the problem since the end of the fungulitis episode and the end of rent moratoriums and stuff is hourly pay has stayed the same. But that rent that was $375 to $450 a month plus utilities and whatever is now $700 to $1,500 a month. For $775 to $825, you could rent a decent 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, mobile home, maybe even a house outside the city limits in the county that wasn't walking distance and stuff. That house base rate would be $1,500 now, but income is still the same. That snuff that my nanny and auntie and them used to dip in 2020 was $4.50 a can. It's $13.50 a can now. The can got smaller, by the way. That loaf of bread that was $1.25 to $1.50 is now $2.99 to $3.99. And we can't even. I ain't been able to find eggs since 3 days before Helene hit. Wow, Little Deb, I don't even know what you said. Let's see if I can roll back and it'll let me see. You said in North Carolina. Here, I'll put it on the screen. How about that? Is that the one you're talking about? Well, was his here? You can. That's what I'm telling you. The area, a 3-county area, and now you're making $9.50 an hour, but the way they're doing it, also around here, especially if it's not a factory, okay, and there's very few factories around. I don't want. Let's say you get hired to work at a retail store, a fast food restaurant, a sit-down restaurant, or a gas station. Okay, so here's how it works. You work 31 hours and under a week at $9.50, because anything more and there's extra stuff they have to do, like you're considered full-time, then you're eligible for, they have to pay unemployment insurance, they have to pay a lot of things. I don't know, Miss Justice, right now in my area. We don't even know where our polling places are going to be right now or nothing. And our election's in a month and a half, so I don't know on that one either. My point I'm trying to say is they keep you for it's a little different. Like fast food restaurants and gas stations and retail stores is why I'm lumping them together, because they have different like OSHA and work rules. Like, unlike a factory, you don't have to get a specific 30-minute break off the clock or 15-minute break every so often. None of that. That's not required. That's up to the employer. You make $9.50 an hour. Sometimes they may have you work 2 or 3 hours a day or whatever. You know what I mean? And the average person is getting around 29 hours a week. So they're having to get 2 or 3 jobs. All of them want you to work the weekend. All of them want you to work nights. Doing odd jobs, whatever you got to do. my point is, though, that rent doubled and tripled after the fungulitis. And payment for that rent, wages did not. They're, like I said, good paying jobs here are an average of $9.50. That's the good ones. Minimum wage here is $7.25 or $7.50. Your average fast food restaurant and retail stores here in my area that I've applied for recently are offering anywhere from $7.85 an hour to $9.39 an hour. And if you're a server, you're making usually $2.03 an hour to $3.03 an hour. Bartenders usually make $1 or $2 more. People that run to go usually make $5 an hour, plus everything's plus tips. And believe me, if you work for that company and you don't make enough tips to not have to have them make up the difference, you won't work there long. 2-3 times as a server, I know it's a wrap. I did it for over 30 years. Yep, I agree with his, and it never went back down. That's the problem. That's the problem with our government and everything, in my opinion, anyway. It's an emergency, and we got to change something somehow, right? Like the Terrorist Act and stuff. Oh, we can listen to your phones, but it's because it's for your own benefit. And once we get Bin Laden took care of, right? Well, he been gone allegedly. So why they still have that act in place? Because once they push something forward, they never roll it back. Once they take away a freedom or a liberty, they never give it back. Hence why people in my area have a hard time trusting our government and officials. They look at what happened to their nanny and their pawpaw. I mean, I can go way back to like the Salem witch trials if y'all want me to explain why that average Joe citizen, especially in the foothills and the mountains, and I honestly believe it goes for Virginia and Tennessee, probably parts of Kentucky, South Carolina, Atlanta as well, do not trust the government. We don't trust them. We don't. Period. Too much stuff has been done. They want to build a hotel, so we're going to make you sell your land. Okay, you won't sell us this gas station, it's $1,004,000? Cool. We're going to build a big strip mall beside of it, and the entrance going down beside your gas station right off of Interstate 40. Don't believe me? Look at exit 104. State agency located right across the road. Then we're going to widen the road and put an extra lane on each side, the turn lane in the middle where it was a 2-lane road, right? Right in front of the gas station, right where the entrance is to get on the highway, okay? Guess what happens? Then they tell the gas station owner whose property before this building and construction was worth $1.4 million. He can no longer sell gas, which is what draws people to his station off the interstate, traveling, driving through, whatever, on their way to work, at the state facility, and at the other places. Stop in, grab some gas, grab a pack of cigarettes, a soda, chips, whatever, right? Okay. Once the state and federal government, Department of Transportation, starts doing the road widening project and see how far it is and start marking it, he can no longer sell gas. And the land and area is no longer properly zoned to operate his station, his convenience store gas station, as well as they don't really have no parking no more because of the right-of-ways and such that they pay you for. Now, they pay you. And it ain't going right, but they pay you for. Once those were extended to build the road, he had no more parking lot. So if he had sold it to the people behind the strip mall project that made the road widening necessary when he was first offered, he would come out better. Because now he got what they gave him for the strips they took to widen the road, and that building has now been demolished because he wasn't allowed to operate. He wasn't zoned, and he couldn't get the licenses because it didn't have the proper area, and nobody wanted to buy it because it was landlocked. How do I know all this? Court cases. I believe it went to Superior Court in Burke County, North Carolina. If somebody would like to fact check me, you're welcome to. Enola Road, exit 104, Interstate 40, heading from Charlotte towards Asheville. On that side, yes, sir. Well, actually, no, it's on the side coming from Asheville to Charlotte. It's on the right side. J. Iverson Riddle is located off the same exit. Oh, and let's see, Bath and Body Works, Dollar Tree, Food Line, Claire's, that kind of stores. That was what was in the strip mall. And I say Big Lots was there too, but they shut down. Now, Big Lots is still open. Goodies shut down. It was in there. Yeah, Goodies. The guy sued them, and I do believe that under jury trial, based on what the laws were, he lost the case because the jury wasn't able to say, hey, we agree with him. We want to side with him. We feel for him as humans. That wasn't the question put forth to the jury. The question was it legal or illegal what occurred? And of course it was legal. You're dealing with the people that make the daggum laws. How's it not going to be legal? Just saying. Okay. Back to the video.
That one of the areas affected by Hurricane Helene is the world's largest lithium deposit, and the DoD just entered into an agreement with this company right here to mine lithium for electric cars starting in 2025. Now that area is completely devastated. This is a $90 million agreement between the DoD and this company right here to get Kings Mountain, North Carolina lithium mine up and running by 2030. If that area has been inundated, is in a disaster zone, then the government can come in and do eminent domain, and they can pay you what it was worth 5 years ago rather than what it's worth right now. Imagine that your home has turned into a watery lot and the government comes to you and says, hey, I'll pay you what you paid for it. You're gonna take it and you're gonna go, right? What do you think is going to happen right here now that they want this lithium mine up and running by 2025, 2030 at the latest? Back in 1947, we had the Florida-Georgia hurricane, or Hurricane 9, and it was the first hurricane to be targeted for weather modification. What happened was General Electric, the U.S. Navy, the Army, the Air Force, they poured dry ice into this hurricane using airplanes to see what would happen. Would they slow it down? Well, what happened was it slowed down a little bit, but it turned west really sharp. Let me show you. This is the path that the hurricane took in 1947. Does it look similar to you? Probably not. It's a coincidence, right? Moving on. I'm sure this is just another coincidence, but do you know who owns the most shares in that lithium mine? BlackRock and Vanguard.
I really don't think.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody heard that. I think I'm gonna rewind that right quick, because did y'all hear that information that just came through? I know it's a delay, so I'm not sure, but if y'all remember the Pennsylvania stuff and everything else, what names do we hear? Who are the persons that seem to continuously be involved also, or companies, whatever, when it comes to the DT attempts? Both people have been in commercials for the BlackRock. Who is the biggest provider of people, persons, equipment, or, whatever? I don't know the providers, but they own the most stock in all the stuff that you make money on during the wars. And we're giving money to fund wars and keep them going, but not to save our people. Okay, Yeah, back to the video. For those that just joined, Sally Mae and others, let me let you get a refresher here.
Is the world's largest lithium deposit, and the DoD just entered into an agreement with this company right here to mine lithium for electric cars starting in 2025. Now that area is completely devastated. This is a $90 million agreement between the DoD and this company right here to get Kings Mountain, North Carolina lithium mine up and running by 2030. If that area has been inundated, is in a disaster zone, then the government can come in and do eminent domain, and they can pay you what it was worth 5 years ago rather than what it's worth right now. Imagine that your home has turned into a watery lot and the government comes to you and says, hey, I'll pay you what you paid for it. You're gonna take it and you're gonna go, right? What do you think is going to happen right here now that they want this lithium mine up and running by 2025, 2030 at the latest? Back in 1947, we had the Florida-Georgia hurricane, or Hurricane 9, and it was the first hurricane to be targeted for weather modification. What happened was General Electric's, the U.S. Navy, the Army, the Air Force, they poured dry ice into this hurricane using airplanes to see what would happen. Would they slow it down? Well, what happened was it slowed down a little bit, but it turned west really sharp. Let me show you. This is the path that the hurricane took in 1947. Does it look similar to you? Probably not. It's a coincidence, right? Moving on. I'm sure this is just another coincidence, but do you know who owns the most shares in that lithium mine? BlackRock and Vanguard.
I really don't think y'all understand how bad it is in the southeast right now. We have towns that don't exist anymore. Chimney Rock is gone. The city of Asheville is cut off from the world. This is not an exaggeration. All the bridges leading into the city have been washed away. They have no food, no power, no water, no internet, no cell service. They don't even have radio. It's a complete dead zone. No one knows what's going on in there.
Anyone with $10,000 or more in credit card debt
hours, and to my knowledge, the patient didn't make it. People are dying. They're still dying. I've been running the generator for the last 3 days, and we're starting to run out of gas. And this is on Highway 123 heading from Easley to Greenville. And this was a 1 mile long line to get gas because they were the only people we knew around that had gas left. We got all the way to the end and they were out. They had no gas. We checked every gas station in Pickens and Easley and Liberty, nothing. And I don't know what I'm going to do when I run out of gas, I'll tell you that much. Try to steal some from my car maybe to keep my food cold, but even then, I don't know. This is the I-40 bridge, from Tennessee to North Carolina. It's gone. It don't exist no more either. We have people dying out here. Man, we need help. We need help.
Here's the power outage map, and here's why it's important. So let me provide some detail to give you an understanding of how dire the situation is in western North Carolina. The water, which is required for every 3 days or a human dies, is dependent on the power in a lot of places because the wells over there is no city water. The wells that draw water out of the ground stop operating when the power goes out, and the power is going to be out for weeks. Now, the people who live there know this, and so they go out and get bottled water. They have some provisions and supplies.
Okay, Deb, I'm glad you brought that up because I have something else that they own and have recently acquired that y'all, it's scaring the hell out of me, and I want to know what y'all think. So, everybody that watches this video, everybody that's in the chat right now, I want your thoughts. Deb said, do we know that BlackRock and Vanguard own each other? They do. They own shares in each other. It's publicly traded. So, yeah, they do. They do. And the same people and names seem to be rotating around the helms. And let me tell you, these companies, these two, and there's a third one, there are three major companies, they wield probably the most power of anybody in the world. That's one. Two, anybody want to guess or know in my chat? Because y'all seem to be well informed. A lot of times I learn a lot from you guys. Anybody want to tell those that may not know what BlackRock and Vanguard each separately recently acquired, bought 100% of? That scares the HE double hockey sticks out of me. I'll wait. I'm going to wait just a moment. Nope, not State Street. Nope. It's companies, publicly traded companies. Vanguard bought one, BlackRock bought the other, and they're actually competition with each other. The amount of information that it would give on each individual and their families and the possible nefarious usages scares the shit out of me. Okay. So, and I want to make sure. Okay. Y'all are familiar with 23andMe? And I think it's Ancestry.com is the other one that you give your blood and saliva to find out who you're related to and build a tree online. There's two of them. There's 23andMe and the other one I think is Ancestry.com. I could probably Google it real quick and pull it up. Vanguard bought one and BlackRock bought the other. Oh, I don't think they're in competition. I'm being real sarcastic right now, Miss Deb. But I am dead serious on that. One bought 23andMe and one bought the Ancestry.com where they research. You know, they get everybody that pays for their service, your DNA is there. You sent plenty. Think about it. They know your strengths, your weaknesses, any genetic issues, all that is in your DNA. And now two of the biggest suppliers of wars and two companies that own everything. Yeah, there's the big three, yes ma'am, that own everything. They got their finger in every pie, I promise. It's astounding when you look at it. The building that Crooks was on, BlackRock subsidiaries own a portion of that. I showed y'all that. Ruger, Smith & Wesson, they own parts of that. Food, farms, agriculture, they own everything. Not just here in America, around the world. And it ain't even their money. They're heads, you know, they invest other people's money and they make money off the money. I ain't never done one of them DNA test kits either, and I sure won't now. But and Wayne up there says, "What are you getting at, man?" What I'm getting at, dude, is I don't want some corporation that I don't get no money out of having my DNA to do whatever they want to with it. I mean, just think about it for a second. That's a private company. They're not governed by certain laws that government agencies are. I mean, hell, they want to, but they can clone me. God, is somebody here again? All right, back to the video. Let me see what's going on. The dog is killing me.
In case the power goes out for multiple days. However, for the folks who are in there who can no longer get out on the roads to go get more water or go get more gas because none of the gas stations are running either, now you can't even escape the area and you're running out of water, including the folks who have rented in there. And I understand you're like, oh, poor people renting, they're peopling, doing their vacation thing. Now they're in that area, stuck in a house that probably has its bottled water behind locked doors, if there is any at all, and they have no way of getting out, and they have families there with them without drinking water. So this is a humanitarian crisis because they're running out of gas for their generators and they can't get more gas. They're running out of water to flush their toilets, right? Because no water, no toilets. We need to get as many people out of there as possible in as quick a fashion as possible. The focus should be getting fuel into these areas and getting water into these areas immediately if you're National Guard logistics. So get on this because there are tons of people who are running out of water, running out of food, and they have no gas and no access to gas. The only gas stations that are open have miles-long lines, and when you get to the front, they're just out because the trucks can't get across I-40 because I-40 is shut. So get in there. This is a humanitarian crisis. I need to hear a lot more helicopters flying over my house headed west than I am today.
All right, guys, we're out of here. Here's where the fucking road goes. We're transporting all the pets, all of our shit. This is basically what's stopping us from getting out of here. I'm gonna climb over the house.
We're in the big North Carolina catastrophe. But we got a fire. Tennessee, baby. But we're trapped in a gas station and we're out of gas. But we're having the best prepper camp adventure possible. Because we're in this beautiful mountain. But we even have toilet paper. Lands here. So is this the way? Yep. So we use all our toilet paper.
Oh, the music is killing it right now. I'm about to switch anyway because I have to get off here and cook. Question, real quick, for anybody that might know, I don't know. I'll get it out eventually. I've got some chicken in a can and some veggies and a can of biscuits. And I was going to make like a chicken casserole type thingy. But I don't have any cream of mushroom or cream of chicken. I found the like Lipton soup packets. I got one of them. You know, the powder packets. Would that work? And what do I got to do? That's what I'm thinking too, Annette. I'm going to pull up and show y'all one or two more things right quick before I go. I can just get it to come up. Let's see. Also, the Samaritan's Purse link is also on my community tab's website. If anybody's interested, it'll take you to their webpage and give you information. Trying to rewind because it started playing without me knowing it. Let's get back here. I'm trying to share. Everything's moving slow all of a sudden. Go figure. Oh, I have. Oh, God. Here we go. Come on. Sorry, y'all. Ugh. Here we go. I'll hit the chair. Me and Reese are going to fight all day. Okay. I'll make it bigger now if it'll work. Wait on it to pop up on the delay. Here we go. This, and I don't know if it has music to it or not. I'll tell you in a second here. That's what I thought. It doesn't have no sound. So let me slow it down though, because I've got it going at 2 times speed. When I keep telling you that the places to work and stuff aren't here no more, you'll see this is Morganton along US 70. I'll make sure it's showing on the screen. So this is the town down the mountain from me. I'm halfway in between Morganton and Marion. It's about the same distance to go either place. This is actual footage that was shot after the hurricane. I've got a link to this so you can verify it easily. It's on the community tab page. There's another link where they're doing an interview with folks. I just kind of wanted y'all to see this and understand kind of what it looks like. Why I've said that, you know, that KFC, by the way, it just got built within the past 6-8 months. Planet Fitness within the past year and a half. Ollie's in the past 2 years just opened up there. And y'all can see how high the floodwaters is going. It ain't, and it's not just there. There's an aerial view all around. I think this also shows the Ingalls and the State Employees Credit Union and the Greenway area. This is what was in between me and Lacey, by the way, for all this water and everything. Roads were impassable. No, this is not actual. This is, I believe this is the Ingalls parking lot. I'm trying to look and see or is this the aerial view of Planet Fitness? It looks so different, even to me that's lived here my whole life. There's Ingles coming up right now on your screen. That's our Ingles grocery store. That was after the water receded, by the way. It was up to the 4th shelf. This is like 2 days later. I just kind of wanted people to be, I've had people say, oh, where you live wasn't affected and stuff. And that's just one example. I just want people to know the truth. And, our government can say, yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that. And they are. They're not lying about it. They're doing it. It's the length of time that it takes you to do anything. I agree in that. It's the slowness, it's the red tape and the bureaucracy and the bullshit you got to go through to get anything done. And in that time, you can multiply the loss of life and the missing and the damages and everything else times 10. It took, as earliest that we know that government agencies and FEMA and them arrived, would have been 6 days. It only takes 3 to thirst to death. And that's the average person. I'm sure for young children and babies and older people that, older than me, then it's probably less time. It was and is the lack of urgency in the movements that I believe is creating this feeling. And then it don't make you feel no better that you don't see no emotion from the president and vice president when they're making the rounds or giving their speeches, and then your president is asking, what storm? I wasn't sure which storm you're talking about. What you mean? We pudding and jello in a jerry chair. Just saying. And I'm absolutely not throwing my support in the ring for nobody. I'm voting for Chili Pepper. She's a beautiful dog. She's about to be 10 months old. She was born and raised in North Carolina. She has 4 legs. She's a hard worker. She's not a picky eater. She'll make sure and get stuff done. I don't know what else to say. I'm trying to have a sense of humor through all this and to keep it together. The emotional toll. It's hard, y'all. You can't get that smell out your nose and taste out your mouth from it. You can't unsee people just washing up on the banks next to the river and shit. You can't unsee that. You can't unsee finding somebody who was trapped off in their house and lost their life because they didn't have oxygen quick enough for food or water or whatever. You can't unsee that. You can't unsee people broke down and hurting. You can't unsee obliteration. And I don't know how many times I can repeat that pictures and video doesn't do it justice, because even aerial shots, y'all, I don't know. It's not the same until you standing there and it's just all around you. And it looks like toothpicks broken around, just snap like twigs. And with all your brain and common sense, that with everything piled up everywhere and and still full of mud and silt, feet high that you're having to dig out of. It's like clay. You can't have the right number. You can't. If every time the civilian choppers fly to Hickory and do a run, they discover an average of 4 deceased persons a day. And there's 12 copters a day. That's 48 for them. What about the Nash County cadaver dogs and stuff that came through, and the number of persons they found? Nearly 60 in one day near the lake, between Lake James and Lake Lure. And their dogs are exhausted, and they were exhausted. But I know people ain't hearing about that. I think the people that are thinking outside the box, the mule teams, the horse teams, even the goats, y'all, smart. It works. The air lifts. The people giving them their time and their hearts and their prayers. It means more than anybody will ever know. That's all people can say is how thankful they are for their neighbors and strangers. I want to sign off because I'm hungry. I ain't eat yet. I'm trying to keep it down to one big meal a day right now. Conserve everything I got, not be greedy, So peace, love, and light. Please don't stop praying for us tonight.